What is this? Eat? Bad news for Simon. Sorry, he's not eating today. I barely got him to drink some Hydrocare, and he ate like one bite of food. He did not finish his meal from last night, so I don't know. So wait on the lab test to come back. Back. So I don't know. It seems like he's dying, withering away. Nothing really to say. Mama's here. Under the house. Oh, I would take the fucking trash out. My favorite day to feed the cats. Trash day. This Tux. Tux doesn't understand trash day. There he is. Alright, let's go. Well, Tux definitely likes the fish combination on the right more than the beef and land animal. It's got beef, rabbit, lamb. I think in the left bowl with hydrocare mixed in with it, with a little bit of the chicken on pork also. So it's got all land, and it's got like 6 land animals on the left. Going after the fish combination of like 4 different fishes. 4 different fish are in that thing. Yeah, we only had 3 viewers to 1 viewer since I got back. Thomas and Miss Bungle took off on us. I try to get Simon to eat something. doing? Stop fucking out of here. Simon's not eating. I got one out, and it was a Hill Science duck sensitive stomach. He took like 3 bites out of it and stopped eating. I thought I'd found one finally. Morning, Lou. Like, I'm opening so many of these things, I don't have enough feral cats to feed the open cans to. While at the same time trying to get rid of his old food. I need more cats. Holy shit, she's gotten so much more vocal over the past day, dude. Since she was able to jump out yesterday, she's like, I kept her cooped up in here all night too. I figured she'd be quieter during the day since we're here now. I finally got Simon to eat something, I think. Dude, he has way fancier taste than I ever thought. You're not gonna. Two fucking people. Bro, dude, y'all are fucking trying to trigger me or some shit. Fuck you. The fuck, man. Every time I get back, a third of the fucking people leave. He's not readjusting to the meds. No, he's weirdo. Probably, hopefully, it's just him being a goofy butthole. Dude, Mama went in heavy on the fish combination over there. They probably, dude, bro, man, I don't know what to do with all this fucking lamb rabbit food I got from Simon's, hundreds of dollars worth. I don't know what to do with it. I need to, I guess, try to get refunded from Amazon, even though I'm out the 30 days period. I don't know, man. I feel like if that wasn't in that left bowl, he would even more of it. But it's that rabbit lamb in there that they're like, guys, the shit's still in there. Let's see how Mama takes it. Yo, she tripped a little bit right there. Yo, Mama takes it. I got about 70 grams of it in there to try to help get rid of it. There's 300. Well, no, I think there was 200 grams in each bowl. There's a lot of food out there. So we might like it. I mean, that's true too. See if Simon ate all that. Oh, this is exhausting. So no, he didn't. He didn't finish eating it. He just lapped up a couple, just like he did the other one, and then stopped eating it. And it's sardine lobster bisque recipe in broth, extra soft pate. It's almost like a mousse, so light and fluffy. It's dude. And Mama definitely doesn't like the fucking other food, dude. What, bro? What a waste, man. That shit's gonna sit there for fucking 4 hours now. Ivan wants to come in here and he has 9 more minutes to eat. His food is out there. If I let him in here, he definitely won't eat for that 9 minutes. He'll probably just sit there for 9 minutes anyway. Ivan's dying, man. I haven't got the blood work numbers back yet, but something's seriously fucking wrong. It's not normal. Something broke more. Oh. Because the amount of different foods that I've put in front of him to eat, it's nutty, dude, and he's turning his nose up to them. He's just gonna sit there. You can see him outside the gate right there on the left side. He doesn't want the gate there, dude, for one. I think that might be why he's fucking doing this. He's like a hunger strike because he's depressed. His entire life changed overnight when she came in here, into this room. She wasn't a bother in the bathroom. Once she came in here and we had these gates and shit up, his whole world changed. He's blocked out of here. He already can't look outside anywhere in there. I have to keep their fucking food separate because if I leave that open, all that food that's in there will be eaten by her. She'll turn into a fucking fat ass. And he can't jump up high, so she can get anywhere that I put it. He won't be able to get to those places. So, and I need to leave his food out as long as possible because he's not eating. This whole thing is fucking like. The gate could be causing the issue, but I need the gate to resolve the issue. I'm his buddy. You're looking at her food bowl like you. That's why it's the him be fucking. All he cares about is looking outside. He wants his freedom back. She's learning from him to block when I'm trying to sit down, just stand there in my passageway. He's just staring outside now. It's a combination of him not being able to come in here freely at night or during the day. And I don't open the back door anymore because Tux is always back there. I don't let him have his little back door time. And it's frustrating that they won't eat that left bowl. I need a Crossback or Fluffy to come by or something to make me feel better about that left bowl, dude. That's roughly $5 worth of food. They just nibbled out of. Or no, maybe $3.50. Maybe $3. There's not as much as a Ziwi in that one, but there is like 2.5 cans of some other shit. Could have put a beef. Could have put a beef in there probably. Other beef. Fine. Fine. Why do you want to be out there? Simon's in. Yeah, you can still be into the house, lady. Man, I wonder how long it's going to take to get these numbers back. I thought we'd have them by now. Or maybe like 8:30. Maybe they found something else and they need to recheck. Could be cancer. It really could be a tumor. I've thought that he could have a tumor in his head for a while just because he always gets this red area above his right eye, or one of his eyes always has a little redness above it. Thought that was weird. Who knows? What's going on? What? Always so whiny. Simon, you want some food? Simon, food? That was food? Hungry? Hungry. Simon, are you hungry? Simon? Simon. And if what's interesting, I left chunks of the Royal Canine that doesn't have Simon's old food mixed in with it on top, and that was all eaten. I can tell it's all I've been eating because it's a little different color and a different texture. Eat that off the top and left the rest. Shoot, I was hoping Simon would want to go. Yeah, come on. Bye, bye. Food's up for Simon. Did not eat much at all. But I got some Hydrocare. I got him to drink some of the Hydrocare stuff, so I still got some fluids in him for the, I mean, to go with the medication. A little protein in there. Keep him alive a little bit longer. I had to put it under, he was like loafed up on the couch. I had to actually put the bowl of it underneath his head and leave it there to get him to drink out of it. Even he wouldn't just drink out of it. Stop doing that. Dude, you know what? I gotta put some shit up back there so you stop fucking doing that. What do I need to put back there? Huh? No. That shit is fucking annoying. James. Put a barricade. I should fix it. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Opposable thumbs. I just want Simon to eat, and dude. Every time I'll be out there, like petting him just calmly and trying to get him to get a bite of something, that's when she goes to the gate and just starts yowling. Distracting. Somebody just took my recycling. A neighbor just took my recycling out of my recycling bin. You can see all my cat cans, all my bottles, including alcohol bottles. Not all of them, some of them I keep. U.S. closes embassy in Kyiv amid warnings of significant Russian air attack. A woman tried to stab some guy's toddler out here yesterday. He got stabbed instead. Crashes? Oh, they're not bad. I think I got lucky on this one, maybe. I really went in there and scrubbed it good right afterwards, so I might have gotten lucky. Maybe also because they weren't back claws. They're a little more clean. But yeah, it doesn't look nearly as bad as this fucking thing, God. It's still, dude, this one is still bothering me. This one still hurts. Actually, it's sore. My wrist is sore right there. But yeah, the hand, it's a little sore, but it's not doing this. Even the one in between my fingers isn't that bad. I thought it was going to be way worse. You never really know with these things, man. I guess I just didn't clean this one out good enough. Simon, I wish you would eat. Oh, big girl. Girl. Go. I really hope one of them eats that second bowl of more than that. That's a shame. Definitely edible. I'd eat that if I was a cat.
The digestive process starts in your mouth when you chew. Chewing breaks the food into pieces, while saliva mixes with food. Once you begin swallowing, the process becomes automatic. Muscles in your esophagus propel food down to your stomach. A ring-like muscle called the lower esophageal sphincter relaxes and lets food pass into the stomach. The stomach produces enzymes and acids,
Dude, I think
stomach
this is
muscles
messed
mix
up
food
on
and
me.
liquid with digest.
I think this thing is messed up on me from dabbing so much. And it somehow like lets dabs in my stomach a little bit. When I'm dabbing, I don't know. I think it's the same reason my nose runs really bad when I dab. Not really sure though.
Of juices.
Juicy.
Then, the stomach slowly empties this semi-fluid composition called chyme into the first section of the small intestine, called the duodenum.
What?
The pancreas makes enzymes that break down carbohydrates, fats, and proteins and delivers them to the duodenum through small tubes called ducts.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
The liver makes a digestive juice called bile. That helps digest fats and some vitamins and store it in the gallbladder.
Man, this is crazy.
You eat, your gallbladder squeezes bile through the ducts into your duodenum.
Juicy.
The peristalsis actions of the small intestine mix food with digestive juices and push the mixture forward for further digestion.
Why can't we feel that happening?
Water and essential nutrients pass through the small
that's what it looks like,
projections
dude. That's what it looks like, man. One of my colonoscopies, they poked inside of my small intestines, which that means they had to go all the way into the large to the small, and they poked in it. It fucking felt weird when they did that. It felt different. Like he was getting in somewhere. Up in me. Way up in me. That's like 3 meters in, I think, or something. And it looked like that. And the way I describe it to people is it's like, you know, those mitts that you can wash your car with that has the little fingers all over it, all over the, you know what I mean? It looks like that, you know, just a bunch of those over, you can washing your poop.
Into the bloodstream. As peristalsis continues, the waste products of the digestive process move into the large intestine. More water absorbs here. Bacteria in the large intestine helps break down remaining nutrients and materials and changes the waste from the liquid into the stool.
And it's so trippy how this happens.
Peristalsis helps move the stool into your rectum. The anus is the last part of the digestive tract. It is 2 inches long. The anus is surrounded by sphincter muscles that are important in allowing control of stool. It lets you know whether the contents are liquid, gas, or solid.
Huh, not always. That was cool. As you're convinced that's just some gas. No tricky anus, ain't it? Trickster sometimes. Well, here's another one. What the hell are we doing?
By digesting food, the body breaks it into various nutrients and waste products. As the waste material moves through the colon, it gradually forms into feces.
Beautiful.
The large intestine contains a diverse community of bacteria that aid in the final stages of digestion.
Yeah, that's crazy. We got just a bunch
These bacteria break down complex molecules, releasing gases such as ammonia and methane.
Oh shit, so the more bacteria you have, the more gassy you are.
These compounds have a strong, unpleasant odor that can intensify the smell of feces.
Hey, now that's opinion-based.
When the body breaks down proteins, it releases sulfur compounds like hydrogen sulfide.
But my bacteria make pleasant-smelling odors.
These byproducts have a distinct rotten egg smell.
Hold up, man. Bro, he needs to back off. His farts
Also,
be
the
stinking,
breakdown of
probably.
fats can produce short-chain fatty acids.
Wow, is that why some people's shits be super greasy?
These acids contribute to the pungent smell of feces.
Also, depending on what kind of bacteria you have in your intestines, can like make it smell different.
Red blood cells have a lifespan of about 120 days.
Oh, that's sad. Poor fellas. That was on its
When
way
red
out.
blood cells reach the end of their life, they are broken down in a process called hemolysis.
And now we're shitting out that too, probably.
A yellow-orange pigment called bilirubin is formed as a byproduct of this process.
Whoa. That's what makes it brown? Poop?
Bilirubin is then transported to the liver and excreted into the bile.
Wow. What the fuck?
Bile is a digestive fluid produced by the liver and stored in the gallbladder. Bile plays a crucial role in the digestion and absorption of fats. Bilirubin gives the bile its typical yellowish green to dark greenish brown color. When we eat a meal that contains fats, the gallbladder contracts, releasing the concentrated bile through the bile duct into the duodenum, along with other components of bile. Bilirubin is released into the intestines.
That's sexy.
As bilirubin travels through the intestines, it undergoes some chemical changes. Bacteria break down bilirubin in the intestine, resulting in a brown pigment that gives feces its brown color.
Oh, that's nice. Everybody has the brown feces.
Also, a portion of bilirubin is converted into urobilinogen by the action of intestinal bacteria.
Maybe it's a little saucy.
Some urobilinogen is reabsorbed into the bloodstream.
God, we're fucking eating shit.
And eventually excreted by the kidneys.
Better be. Fuck out of me. That's disgusting. That's my little
Giving the
sweet-
urine a yellow color contributes to normal urine's characteristic color.
Oh, that's the stuff? That's why it's yellow. The urobilinogen. Wow.
The color of feces can vary depending on the amount of bilirubin present and how it interacts with other components in the digestive system. Certain foods or medications can affect bile production or how bilirubin is metabolized, leading to changes in fecal color.
Yo, dude, I've totally had green poop before from eating a bunch of purple dye.
For example, consuming large amounts of beets can cause red or pink colored stool.
Oh my god, honey, I'm dying. You ate the beets,
Some
baby.
artificial food dyes or natural pigments found in certain foods can pass through the digestive system without being fully absorbed.
Fuck? That'd be trippy as hell. Honey, I'm
They may
shooting
impart temporary
rainbows.
colors to the stool, such as bright red, blue, or green.
Gotta taste it.
Certain foods, such as garlic, onions, and certain spices, contain
Make it
sulfur
smell
compounds that
better.
can be absorbed into the bloodstream
Right?
and eventually excreted in feces, contributing to an altered or stronger odor.
That's what I'm talking about. Stronger. That's better.
Diets rich in fiber can lead to larger, softer, and bulkier stools.
I got that bulk, baby.
Fiber helps move stool through the digestive tract and supports the growth of certain beneficial gut bacteria, which may
Growing my
influence
bacteria.
fecal odor.
Oh, extra fecal odor?
Consuming adequate fluids and a diet high in fiber can help maintain regular bowel movements and result in well-formed stools.
Oh, yeah, strong. Like my stool's well formed.
On the other hand,
Good
low
stools.
fiber intake or dehydration can lead to harder, dry stools.
Ooh, nobody likes a dry stool. It's barely moving.
Diets high in fat can increase the fat content of feces,
Greasy poop.
making them appear greasy and foul-smelling.
It was kind of fun though. Woo!
This can be observed in conditions like malabsorption or pancreatic disorders.
Oh, that sucks.
Feces color, odor, and consistency can vary based on individual factors such as diet, hydration, medications, gut microbiota, and overall health.
Yeah, don't be sticking pins up your ass.
Changes in fecal characteristics due to diet are regular and temporary. However, if you notice persistent or concerning changes in fecal traits, it's advisable to consult a healthcare professional for evaluation.
Screen makes me throbbing butthole. What the hell are we doing here with this outro? We're going all in on the poop. I ain't going intestines, I'm an alien. Dude, they're actually doing like a music video of poop right now. Okay. I don't know, man. We've hit a part of YouTube I didn't know was here. There are more. There are so many more. There's one on vaginal birth. There's one on female orgasm. Jeez. Asparagus. Indeed. Indeed. Man, dude, time's not eating. Laying out there. Biden is continuing to be irresponsible with government spending. Okay, what is this talking about? Talking about poop.
Ukraine's capital is under an air raid alert in anticipation of possible Russian airstrikes. Moscow is upping the ante after President Biden authorized Kyiv to use U.S.-supplied long-range missiles to attack Russia. The alert comes just hours after the U.S. State Department closed its Kyiv embassy due to, quote, specific information of a potential significant air attack. Meanwhile, Russia claims to have shot down 50 Ukrainian drones overnight near the Kursk region. CBS News senior foreign correspondent Holly Williams has the very latest.
Ukraine fired 8 American-made ATACMS into Russia, according to U.S. officials. A video posted online appears to show a launch, though we cannot independently verify it. The target was a military facility in the Bryansk region of southern Russia, according to the Russian Defense Ministry. U.S. officials believe the Russians may have shot down 2 of the missiles, which have a maximum range of close to 200 miles. President Biden gave permission to Ukraine to use ATACMS deep inside Russian territory 3 days ago. Before that, the Ukrainians were only allowed to use them against Russian forces in Ukraine because of concerns the powerful weapons could further escalate this conflict. The Kremlin, though, seems to be stoking fears of an escalation. Vladimir Putin approved a change in Russia's nuclear doctrine yesterday, lowering the threshold for a nuclear strike. A U.S. official called that, quote, irresponsible rhetoric. The U.S. decision to allow Ukraine a broader use of the ATACMS came after more than 10,000 North Korean troops were deployed to Russia, bolstering Moscow's forces. Some of those North Korean soldiers are now seeing combat.
Fuck you, Putin.
And North Korea has sent additional weapons to Russia, according to a South Korean official. Back to you.
Let's bring in CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata. Charlie, so what do we know about Russia's attack plan? And is the U.S. planning to offer any support to Ukraine's
defense? You ain't got the balls,
Putin.
Well, Vlad, good morning to you. In terms of what we know, all we've been told is that to prepare for a significant air attack. You know, it's important to note that Holly and her team, I saw them this morning, they were hunkering down in a shelter. We don't normally do that. I mean, the air raid sirens go off all the time in Ukraine. You'd never come out. And the Ukrainians themselves tend not to go into bunkers or into shelters unless they're close to the front line. So that sort of underlines the seriousness of that. So a significant air attack, that could be cruise missiles, it could be aircraft, but it could be major, and especially in the city itself. So it's worth bracing for that. It's also notable that the U.S. Embassy is closed down. In fact, most of the embassies have closed down in expectation of that Russian retaliation. Now, in a broader sense, what are they preparing for in terms of the Russian attack? The Russians have been pushing in the east. They want to retake Kursk. They've got the North Koreans there. As far as what the Americans can supply, look, what they've got there right now in terms of defense is all they can do. There hasn't been anything they can do at this point to bolster air defenses for what's already in the country, but they are desperate for it. I mean, they need a lot more than they have at the moment.
And Charlie, let me ask you about Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, who said that there is a new presidential drawdown authority for Ukraine being announced later today. What's that all about?
Yeah, so Vlad, you know, not to be too cynical about this, but these things happen all the time, right? These drawdowns. It has to do with the budget and how many weapons and delivery and stockpiles that the United States has bid for the Ukrainians, and this would be, I know it's 275 million is what will be announced in this particular package, which is a lot to you and me, but it's a fraction of about $7 billion in a drawdown that they're trying to take care of before, like, January 20th in terms of resupplying. So what are they? I've got it right here. You know, ammunition for the HIMARS, we've discussed that. Artillery, that's a huge one. Mortar rounds, unmanned aerial systems, anti-tank, small arms and ammunition, spare parts. I mean, it's big, but it's nowhere near what the Ukrainians need, and it's just a fraction of what's been promised by the United States to deliver. And, you know, we've also talked about the ATACMS and those launch pads. That would be the HIMARS, and they're going to need more of that and more artillery, because that's what they're facing now. They're facing an artillery war in the Kursk region. They're facing an artillery war in eastern Ukraine around Prokhovsk, and there has been an acceleration on both sides, partly because of the political cycle that we're in. Both the Russians and the Ukrainians aren't quite sure what this new administration is going to bring to this battle, and there's a sort of hurry-up offense. And again, we have to keep reminding people, but we're heading into the winter. There's always this surge in fighting before that happens.
All right, and Charlie, and can you update us on the landmine situation there?
Yeah, so this is notable, and it's worth pointing out here. So the United States is well, actually, I have to make clear that the Defense Secretary didn't necessarily say that these landmines are part of this new PDA, the new drawdown. He didn't want to comment on that or whether it had been pre-planned. But as we all know, landmines are a sensitive issue, and these are anti-personnel. Okay, so the United States has supplied Ukraine with, you know, mechanized landmines, things to take out tanks, anti-tanks, and in vehicles. These are specifically for personnel. And it's the first time we've seen this. So, as it was pointed out, because they want to make clear that these particular landmines, they're called non-persistent. So they become inert after a preset period of time, anywhere from 4 hours to 2 weeks. They're electrically fused. When the battery dies, essentially, so does the landmine. Because, of course, the big controversy is that the whole place is littered with landmines. The Russians certainly have littered Ukraine with landmines, and they stick around, and they make victims of civilians, children who stumble upon them years, sometimes decades after they're laid. These are non-inert. In theory, they're supposed to switch off and lose their lethality within hours.
All right, Charlie Daggett reporting from the Pentagon for us this morning. Charlie, as always, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it.
Thanks, bud.
Ukraine's capital is under an air.
Much better mine have out there in the world. The Sweet Boy mine. Whoa.
Then there is this. Californians have rejected Prop 32 by a very narrow margin. The measure would have raised
Well,
the
I
state's
voted
minimum
against
wage
that
to
shit.
$18 per hour,
It's
making it the
stupid.
first state minimum
Hell
wage
no.
increase to fail at the ballot in nearly 3 decades. But Joe Connie,
Hell
who's the
yeah, it's
California
gonna
Restaurant
fail. $18 an hour,
CEO,
motherfucker.
he
That's
says
more
it's
than most of the
important
people
that
voting are
policymakers
making,
hear
probably.
the message being sent by voters: stop using California consumers as guinea pigs for public policy experiments that make life more expensive for everyone. California already has one of the highest minimum wages in the country, guys. And so, Marie, we keep talking about California just said, we're done enough.
Oh, yeah.
They're fighting back against
Did you vote against that
everything,
one,
and
too?
back against this.
I'm surprised
Mr. T?
that California voters fight back about it. I mean, that tells you the difference between the leadership there and actually what the people want,
Yes.
even in California. But, Cheryl, when you're talking about minimum wage, who are those people? They just get out of college, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, imagine you just get out of college and you're making $20 an hour. I mean, it's like, it seems so unrealistic.
I would have liked to have made that. But
Exactly.
The reason the voters are revolting is because they're shutting down fast food restaurants.
No, it's not people that have gotten out of college. She doesn't understand. It's people that haven't even been in college. $18 an hour for people that have no college at all. What is she talking about? People that just got out of college are going to be making more than that minimum, dude. It's going to make it so if that would have passed. You got to think, if you got some dude hauling bricks, making 18 an hour, doing labor ready, you're definitely going to have to pay the college people more than that to make them want to go to college, so it just fuck everything up.
Now, you're McDonald's, you're Burger King, and it's no longer there because of the minimum wage, because of the cost. You're ticked. You're voting against
Because
this.
those owners can't afford to pay $18 an hour.
Yeah. And that's why that's so many. Remember all those fish? You loved them. The fish places in California.
Long John Silver?
No. I'll stand by. I got to go to my phone.
I know, In-N-Out Burger.
Oh, Wahoo's Fish Tacos.
Yes, remember they
Rubio's
shut
Fish
a bunch of
Tacos.
those down.
We're just going to be shouting names of fast food restaurants
But
for
these
the next 2
arbitrary
hours.
mandates are really hurting these small businesses. You can't continue to push this hard on small businesses and expect them to give jobs to everyday people today.
Correct.
Of course. Cheryl, thanks.
Yo, this is from today. They did the votes just came in for this. What problem was this?
At the ballot, in your association, voters stop using
Prop
California.
32. I want to see how close it was. Bum 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 bum. We're gonna see. Did you vote against it? Oh, of course. Of course, I see it. I'm not seeing the numbers anywhere. Information about it. Here we go. Associated Press called the race with 50.8% against and 49.2% in favor. Wow, that was close. I wish it gave the numbers though instead of just the percentage. I want to know. Where to see that? Here it is. So 7,453,860 no's. 7,207,181 yeses. So that's pretty freaking close, dude. Just a little over 200K, 250K or so. 250K people decided that. I was one of them. You were one of them, Sister. Hey, yo. Only 14.6 million people voted on it out of the whole state. Damn. And California has we got here. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know how many we got. Historical voter registration statistics. California, October 2023. Eligible voters were 26 million, 26.6. Registered were 22. .9% of the people registered. The current minimum wage is already 16 an hour, dude. Like, damn. They want a damn 18 an hour, dude? Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are, kid? Kids wouldn't be able to get jobs anymore if it was that much. Can you imagine? Dude, I had a job when I was 16, right? $18 an hour. Wait, let's see. If I was making, I think it was like 3 something an hour, 4 something an hour when I first started working. Hard to remember. But stuff's went up in price, sure, but still. Things went up that much. It doesn't cost $18 for a value, like for a burger and fries and a drink, does it?
Other. Yes, the gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me just, before I begin, just to say how good it's been to work with you. I don't know if this is our last hearing or not, but we disagree vehemently on a lot of issues, but the opportunity to work together and to have a conversation, I've appreciated that and wish you well in your future endeavors. Let me start off by, I just can't help but respond to what I've just heard, talking about holding someone accountable. And I hope my Republican colleagues, I know when it came to Mr. Grunberg, I was very tough. And I think that it was based upon a report that everyone had a chance to see. Everyone had a chance to see the FDIC report, but yet my colleagues on the other side seem to not want everybody to see the Gates report. I don't know, is that hypocritical? You're talking about holding somebody accountable, and you have within your own party someone who's being nominated to be the head of a federal government, Justice Department? Is that hypocritical? It worries me and concerns me, the job that you've done, but I am very concerned looking at the appointments that the president and co-president Musk has put together. I mean, I know co-president Musk has a lot of influence on the president-elect, and I'm concerned about that based upon, if you're not one of those real-life TV people, I guess, that's been on television, maybe you're not eligible. And he dares to say anything about diversity, equity, and inclusion. When you talk about the most incompetent people that are being put in place, just look at him. It would be funny if it wasn't so serious. Let me go to what I want to say, and I know we're here to talk about bank regulations, but I also want to talk about a microeconomic issues level, because I think it's important for the record to be clear that our economy today is quite strong. Economic growth, job market indicators, and inflation are all moving in the right direction right now in the 119th Congress with the President Joe Biden. Fact of the matter is, in a recent speech, Chairman Powell said the current economic situation was actually, and I quote, remarkably good. So when we look at the economy that the next administration, President-elect Trump, co-president Musk will get, and they will inherit, I want to be sure that we don't forget that it's the policies and personnel that is in and put in place by President Biden that got us there. Post-pandemic, we could have found ourselves in a much worse position. I have previously asked Chair Powell about how the United States has fared compared with other democratic countries in recovery. I've got a chance to go around and talk, on my other hat with the Foreign Affairs Committee to see what's happening there. But his response was that our economy has outperformed other similarly situated nations. I think we know that is in large part thanks to President Joe Biden and also to the independence granted to the Federal Reserve to do their job. And I want to take this opportunity to state that I sincerely hope that independence continues and that we don't get caught up in politicizing the decisions of our central bank over the next 4 years.
Later.
That's who we are as a country. And once we started gutting our institutions, then who we are as a country is in jeopardy. So I share the fear that many economists have voiced about the potential tariff policies that we could soon see implemented across sectors without any regard to diplomatic relationships and long-standing trade agreements. When the time comes to examine these policies, I sincerely hope that my Republican colleagues don't play politics. I hope they think holistically about our country and about our values and about those consequences, and not continue to just talk as I hear talking today, because if you're going to hold somebody accountable, hold everybody accountable. And I heard the president-elect, you're talking about sexual harassment and all of that, the president-elect, He's told you what he's thought about women and what he did to them out of his own mouth. Didn't even need a report to do that. He has stated it. Just go listen to what he said in that van or in that bus. He's been accused and found guilty of assaulting women. And you're going to talk about panels here? If you're going to hold him accountable, hold the president-elect accountable, hold Matt Gaetz accountable, hold your own colleagues who have been convicted of doing certain things accountable. Don't come in here and be hypocritical. I was straight with Mr. Gurenberg. I was against him for what he said. I had a report to base it on. Base it upon a report. I yield back.
Oatmeal has started. Oh, baby. Oh, there it is.
We have breaking news. A judge has reached a verdict in the trial surrounding the murder of 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley. That suspect, Jose Ibarra. Let's listen.
Count 2, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 3, felony murder. I find the defendant.
This motherfucker just acted surprised. Welcome to America, dick. The fuck you think you were gonna get off on this shit?
Guilty. Count 3, felony murder, I find the defendant guilty. Count 4, felony murder, I find the defendant guilty. Count 5, kidnapping with bodily injury, I find the defendant guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault with intent to rape, I find the defendant guilty. Count 7, aggravated battery, I find the defendant guilty. Count 8, obstructing or hindering a 911 call, I find the defendant guilty. Count 9, tampering with evidence, I find the defendant guilty. Count 10, peeping Tom, I find the defendant guilty.
I didn't either.
I certainly will allow both sides to look at this if you want to do it.
It's like, oh man.
The next step is sentencing. I'm prepared to go forward with that now.
Yeah.
Or if either side suggests that you need a few minutes, an hour break or something to do that, then I'll certainly do that as well. Consider that.
We have one moment.
Sure. I understand.
We'll come back for sentencing.
I understand. We will recess till 12:30.
Prosecution got them
recess
titties.
till 12:30.
You see that?
Will that work?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
Get some C cups.
We just watched a judge in Athens,
ABT.
Georgia, convict Jose Ibarra on all 10 counts in the guilty.
Yeah, not much of a surprise there, especially when you look at the evidence that he won't be.
Any murder is usually.
This is why I want you to be my second seat when we do. And then every flight of the rape, Jose Ibarra committed a crime. If you want, it's was seeking in this case. I would imagine that the defense is looking for an hour to see this right now. If you want, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that I think Jose Ibarra is going to get the maximum penalty of life without the possibility of parole, what the prosecution was seeking in this case. I would imagine that the defense is looking for an hour to speak with their client.
So that means he gets put up in a fucking prison for the rest of his life and the taxpayers have to pay for him. You should have gotten the death penalty. Trump needs to make that a thing. If you come here from another country and kill one of our citizens, you get the death penalty, automatic. Why isn't that a thing? And that goes for any of them. You don't have to be a legal immigrant. You be a legal immigrant and do that. You also get the death penalty. You don't come here to our country and kill somebody. Send a message. You do that and you die because we're not going to fucking take care of your ass for the rest of your life because our prison's probably better than you living on the streets and you're at home. So people will come here not giving a fuck that they'll be put up in prison for life. Closing arguments are going to be in a minute. Eventually. Maybe on a recess for an hour on the money. Didn't he say they had an hour? I just want to hear what the defense has to say. You know, what could they possibly have to say on a closing argument? Prosecution, I mean, it's cut and dry. Boom. Not going to be anything it's just going to be sad hearing what the prosecution has to say. I don't really care to hear what they have to say. It'll be gut wrenching. They're gonna want to instill empathy and sadness into everyone. But the defense is going to be like, hey, my guy did nothing wrong. Hey, he just came here trying to live his life as an immigrant. You know what I mean? In his country, it's commonplace to do this to women. He didn't know any better. There's no way they go that far with it. But you know what I mean? What could they possibly say? It's going to... What if he's just like, Your Honor, I don't have anything. I'm sorry. You think he has to, though? You know what I mean? That's what, dude, that's what it would suck to be a defense lawyer in a case like this. Yeah, sure. You got a lot of clout. You're gonna maybe get your name out there a little bit more than if a no-name case, because, I mean, be real, this isn't a Kyle Rittenhouse or anything. Okay, so people aren't really that tuned in. But still, it's nationally televised and it's a well known about case. So being the defense lawyer in this would, right, no such thing as bad publicity in that world. I know. I don't know, is there though? Maybe there is. Like if you defend somebody that, I mean, fuck it. Johnny Cochran still did amazing afterwards. Everybody knew O.J. Simpson was guilty as fuck, but that's why he did so good. So if Johnny Cochran would have lost that case, yeah, it'd have been totally different. So if this guy would have won this case, yeah, it would have blown him up probably. But since he didn't, they probably won't do shit for him. Maybe even hurt him. Unless it's a public defender, then he had no choice, really. That's why public defenders are so bad to have, man. Because half the time they don't even want the cases. They don't get to decide the cases they take, really. They get paid the same for every one of them. If the lawyer really doesn't want to take your case, he can just tell you that it's going to cost too much. And you won't want him to take it. But if he likes your case, he'll do it for a reasonable amount. Likes you. Crazy game. Getting a lawyer. I've had 2 civilian lawyers, like non-public defender lawyers, and they were both for the same case. One of them was a Harvard graduate. The other one was a local boy. Went to a local university for law school. Guess which one was more highly regarded? Not the Harvard graduate. I went with the local boy after getting into a fucking argument with the Harvard graduate. What's funny is after I got my new lawyer, who I got through a reference, I called somebody that was into the music industry. I got somebody that was pretty high level. He's like, this is the guy. So once I started using him, I told him, because I told him about my old lawyer because he had to get my information from him. I couldn't even, like, I had a restraining order against me now from this fucking guy. He took me to court on it for our little fight. And the Harvard boy knew exactly who my new lawyer was. He was like, oh, well, hello. A local lawyer had no clue who Harvard Boy was. Interesting. So my lesson there was, you want a local. You don't want, unless your local boy just happened to went to Harvard and came back home to be with, you know what I mean, continue. But even then, I don't know, man. I don't know that it's as highly regarded or respected. Say you're in Memphis and you are with someone who did all their training in Memphis, and because of that, they have connections. They go to lunch with judges and shit, probably because that judge was in their graduating class or something, maybe. Their friends. They all stayed in the area. Old saying, a rolling rock collects no moss. Of course you want the moss, right? The connection, the life form, the growth. So like you can usually look these people up on different websites to see their history. If you see that somebody went to a local university and a local law school, that's a good sign, usually. Especially if they're in a high rise. If they have those two and they're in a high rise, downtown, specifically downtown. Gotta be a high rise downtown. With like a view that looks like the Wolf of Wall Street. That's how my dude was, the one I ended up going to second. Like a lobby person down there, making sure that people knew where they were going and whatnot. But that was a $5,000 lawyer, and we didn't even take that shit to trial. Took a deal. I think that was a charge of $5,000 for everything up to trial. And I went to one of them by myself. Like he was going to charge me another few hundred to go, like $500 to go to one of my other. Oh, for the appearance that the lawyer put against me for a restraining order. He was like, he wanted to go for me, thinking I was going to like snap on the dude in court. I'm like, nah, I think I'm gonna save that $500. I do appreciate it. It was like $500 or $1,000. It was something. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I can handle myself. I ended up bringing some chick with me though. I used to hang out with back in the day. We weren't intimate. Nice of her to come with me though. I hope she's doing alright. I think she wanted a relationship. Yeah, yep. She was a little horny. And then the VA tried to act like I had herpes. So for a while I thought I had herpes. That was fucking weird. For the second time in my life, dude, because of my autoimmune disorder, they had like a false negative or some shit, dude. I don't know, dude. I don't have herpes. And so I was flared up really bad in Colorado, like one of the worst I've had. And that's when I got the false negative. So then I'm like thinking, holy shit, I went and got herpes somehow? The hell? So I told her, because I was like, look, I have herpes. She was like, oh man, I wanted to fuck too. I'm like, yeah, sorry. I didn't even have it, dude. Assholes. For like a year and a half, 2 years, I was thinking that I had actually contracted that shit finally. That finally isn't a good thing, but like I've had mouth sores and sores down there from my autoimmune disorder, and I've always had to tell like chicks, no, I don't have herpes, I just autoimmune disorder, it looks fucked up, I know. But then all of a sudden I was like, whoa, I actually like have to tell my herpes now. It fucked me up a little bit, dude, for a while, until I realized that it was a false negative. The first time they didn't even test me. It was boot camp. I had the wrong size underwear, because when you first get there, they make you like give all your clothes, and you get all like sweatpants and tidy whities. And I didn't know what size tidy whities to wear because I wore boxers. I actually wore my dad's old boxers at the time from when he was younger, and I picked the wrong size. And the thing is, I didn't say anything. I didn't want to like single myself out, or I just went weeks with the wrong size underwear, and then they started making us do jumping jacks and shit, and running, and that's when I couldn't take it, because you have like swimming shorts over the underwear. I can't remember. It was weird, man, how it was just too much going on. Caused a sore. I go to get my shit checked out by a female lieutenant, checks me out. That was interesting in boot camp, having a female. It's pretty cute too. Juggle my balls a little bit. That doesn't happen often in boot camp. Then she was like, yeah, you got herpes. I was like, herpes? I had been with one girl one time. I needed to get laid before going to boot camp. And I drank a whole handle, shared a handle of vodka, cheap ass vodka with this chick that night, because she was, it was bad, dude. It was bad. I needed the drink to do it. And yeah, that was my first. I rushed it a little bit because I didn't want you, like, bro, go to boot camp, a virgin? What are you talking about, man? Not this guy. Dude, I got so plastered that I threw up while she was riding me on top, like cowgirl or whatever, and into a bowl, and it was next to us, and she was still like grinding, and then her hand went into the bowl. I heard it like slosh in there. She kept going, dude. Oh my god, it's a memory I can't ever get rid of. And then the next morning, like we were laying in bed, and she's talking about, I had already told her that I was going off to the Navy. I was going to San Diego for schooling. And she was like, oh, I'm really gonna like San Diego. I'm just, what do you mean? She thought that we were like a couple, and she was gonna move with me all of a sudden. And I'm just like, oh my god, she's got to give me a ride home, and I got to deal with this now. And dude, it was like a 30-40 minute ride home too. I had to like, dude, that was some weird shit. And it's the first girl I'd ever been with too, so I'm like not knowing how to handle this shit. But what I'm getting at is that's the only person I'd been with, and then in boot camp they're like, yeah, you got herpes. I'm like, what? What? I was with that? was with that chick. You know, I'm thinking to myself, like, that's the one the first one, and the first one was so bad. It was so bad, and the vomiting and the everything, and she was like not what I would ever want to like continue anything with. And this is then my division found out about it, because when I got back, my RDCs were like, oh, did you enjoy your day off or something like that, because I was at the hospital all day. I was like, I got herpes now, you happy? And one of my other shipmates or recruits were in there with me, and he heard it. Before I knew it, my entire division knew about it, and they were all fucking weirded out about touching my laundry, because the way laundry worked is everybody's laundry went at the same time, and then we sorted it out together, and everybody threw everybody's laundry on top of it. It helped people get to know each other. And it helped, yeah, you know what I mean, camaraderie, because we're all helping each other get our laundry to each other. People didn't want to touch it. So it got really weird in that division. And that was, I think, my second division at that point. And because the first one, they booted me for fucking saying I was racist, which I wasn't. They lied about it. They had a bunch of Chicagoans in there that lied about some shit I said. So this is the second one. So now, like, they're like giving me shit, so I don't want to be here anymore. Like, so I'm starting to get in fights with people and like pushing people and shit. Literally, like they would be behind me talking shit. I turn around and push them, physical. So I ended up getting kicked out of that division. There's a bunch of shit that I was doing, and they put me in this other division that would erase my hard card so I could start over again. It was the only way I was able to continue and not be fucked with, dude. But here's the kicker. I remember passing that division. Once I finally got in a new division, I was a stick man. I was doing good. I was all right. They're fucking passing us in the hallway, going, psst, telling my last name has herpes. You know what I'm saying? Psst, hey, recruit so-and-so. He's got herpes. Don't touch his stuff. You know, like, but it ends up, I didn't even have it. So that really added some extra shit that shouldn't have been in boot camp for me. It was there. Because imagine, man, I'd only been with one girl one time, and now I'm like, what? My whole life I have to deal with this now? What have I done? And I'm having to process this shit while getting like 4 hours of sleep a night. My shin splints were really bad, hurting once they started making us run. And so that was something else that was a constant. Like my shins hurt all the time. Felt like the bones were fucking splintering inside of them when they made me run. And and had to like take in the information, learn how to march, learn how to be a sailor. It made it while at the same time being flared up and severe hemorrhoids, and I wasn't shitting hardly at all, dude. Like I was having to go to the doctor for that. They were giving me foam to squirt up my ass and gels and all kinds of shit. It was, dude, my boot camp experiences was definitely the hardest thing I've ever went through and made it through the other side of it because of the health issues that I was starting to have. And it'd have been way easier healthy. For sure. Shit. Ever got sued? Oh no. They would have probably kicked me. They might have kicked me at boot camp. Are you talking about get sued for not testing and telling me that it was herpes without the test? Maybe. Pretty wild. Because I could have like done some really stupid shit after finding that out. Some people do. Some people find out some shit like that, you know what I mean? And that's they're like, I don't have any reason to live. Especially with the scrutiny I got from the division. Added to it. It wasn't just like, I gotta live with this, and now I gotta live with all these people knowing about it. And you know, when kids are that age, they don't hold back talking shit. They're not understanding and empathetic towards that type of situation. Like, dude, you're fucking gross. You know, boot camp's a lot like, or was, there's a lot of hazing, a lot of, like, talking shit. It's not a bunch of, maybe now it is a bunch of rainbows and everybody's, hey, come here, buddy. You want a hug? But back in the day, if you were a fuck up, I remember, dude, if you were marching fucked up in front of me, I would kick the fuck out of your foot, dude. If you were out of step, I was trying to make you fall by kicking your shoe into the, I'm not like really like, I'm kicking it hard enough though to where it's hitting hitting the back of your other shoe, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't literally like try to trip them up and make them fall, because I would get in some serious trouble for that. But I'd try to make them think about it, like, yo, get in fucking step, asshole. It wasn't like, hey, excuse me, you're out of step. You know? Now, I bet it's more the latter. Excuse me, could you please get back in step? I can't even remember. They might have told us to kick the person's foot in front of us in my first division I was in, but they ended up getting the blue pennant. Best division out of all the divisions in the graduating class. So they were no nonsense type of division. I learned some stuff from them while I was there. A few weeks, couple, 3 weeks. That division had 2 black RDCs, I think a black chief, dude, which at the time would have probably been considered some sort of DEI shit, but I didn't think anything of it really. Coming from Memphis, it's hard to think much of it. Being at 70-something% black there. Where are my kitties? There goes the trash. Yay! Oh, trash is gone, baby. Dude, I wonder if there's a camera on that thing so they constantly see what's getting dumped in. So it's a body or something. They're like, sir, got a body bag here. They should. They have to have that, dude, especially in major cities. What's the morale of the military? Dude, what's crazy is I bet there was some military that voted for Harris. I wonder if Taylor wasn't one of them. He said he's not unhappy with the situation. UN Security Council votes on Gaza ceasefire. How many fucking... Dude, they've been voting on the Gaza ceasefire resolution? Or are they think it's finally going to get voted in, or what? Did it happen?
This resolution should have been adopted.
Oh, let's see what the United States says about it while we're waiting on this.
20 member states.
Owing people who wish to make statements before the vote. I give the floor to Guyana.
We're not listening to Guyana. Don't worry about that.
For so swiftly facilitating the request.
Who's Guyana? Who gives a shit? Get out of here. It's America next. I don't even know where Guyana is at. Is that South America?
Party.
Like, look at this fucking pearl necklace she had on, though.
sincerely
multicolored
hopes
pearl
that
necklace.
all
That thing's probably
delegations
worth
will
like
support the
20K.
text, since it aligns with our charter
People are all broke as
responsibility.
shit.
Draft resolution contained in document S/2024-835, please raise their hand.
Was this the vote?
Those against?
Uh-oh. Oh, shit. America,
The
bitches.
result of the voting is as follows.
Yee! We're the only fucking ones. I'm glad I clicked on this, man. Did you see that shit? We're the only holdouts? We're like, nah, bomb them bitches. We got more humanitarian aid to send them.
14 votes in favour, 1 vote against, 0 abstentions. The draft resolution has not been adopted owing to the negative vote of a...
Damn! America's got a lot of power, dude. I don't think all these countries have that amount of power. Like if Guyana didn't raise their hand or something, or if Guyana was the no and everybody else was the yes, I don't think that it would matter. Be like, yeah, okay, Guyana, let's try. Okay, it passes, you know.
permanent member of the council.
Because they're not a permanent member. I mean, the United States is a permanent member, right? Guyana, probably not.
I now give the floor to those members of the council who wish to make statements after the vote. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
This is content. I think it's content. If you don't...
Thank you, Madam President.
Sorry.
Colleagues, the United States deeply regrets this council finds itself here again. The United States worked for weeks in good faith to avoid this outcome. We made clear throughout negotiations we could not support an unconditional ceasefire that failed to release the hostages. Because, as this council has previously called for, a durable end to the war must come with the release of the hostages.
Dead or alive, yeah.
These two urgent goals are inextricably linked. This resolution abandoned that necessity, and for that reason, the United States could not support it. Simply put, this resolution would have sent a dangerous message to Hamas. There's no need to come back to the negotiating table. Hamas would have seen it as a vindication of its cynical strategy to hope and pray the international community forgets about the fate of more than 100 hostages from more than 20 member states who have been held for 410 days. We must not let that happen, ever. Let me say this clearly. There are still 7 American citizens in the hands of Hamas. We will not forget them.
Those people, if they're alive.
For our part, we will continue to pursue a diplomatic solution that brings peace, security, and freedom to Palestinians in Gaza. The United States, along with partners in the region, has worked tirelessly to achieve such a deal. But we are not there yet. Why? Because Hamas has rejected deal after deal after deal. And yet, some members of this council, in their public statements, ignore the callous intransigence of Hamas and indeed refuse to condemn Hamas, which I'll note this resolution failed to do. Again.
Where's Israel? Hopefully they're
Some members of this council don't seem to want to confront the reality that today, it is not Israel standing in the way of a ceasefire and hostage deal. It is Hamas.
And America.
Israel has said it is prepared to have a temporary ceasefire in exchange for the release of a few hostages, and then build on that to bring each and every hostage home. Colleagues, the messages we send to the world through these resolutions, they matter. And this resolution had several other problems. Among the most glaring, I've already mentioned the failure to condemn Hamas for its October 7 terrorist attack. It's inexplicable that more than 13 months since that day, some members of this council are missing the plot that they refuse to acknowledge it is Hamas that instigated this conflict. It is Hamas that has put millions of Palestinian civilians in harm's way and has brought the region to the precipice of a broader war. Colleagues, we've been clear that it is time for this war to end, for the hostages to be released, and for Palestinian civilians to begin rebuilding their lives. More immediately, the United States has been explicitly clear to Israel that it has a responsibility to facilitate humanitarian access and the delivery of aid at scale. We believe the process of laying out the terms of what we expect from Israel in a very detailed way has generated a change in Israel's approach. American diplomacy will continue to press for more aid in and throughout Gaza, which requires a sustained, expanded implementation of urgent steps to improve.
They grow their own fucking vegetables.
We regret that the Council could have incorporated compromise language the UK put forward to bridge the existing gaps and support these humanitarian steps. With that language, this resolution should have been adopted.
You know what I'm fucking saying, dude? You know, because think of what the Jews had to live off of. They lived off of matzah crackers. They lived off crackers. 2 ingredients: flour, pound it up, mix it with some water, bake it up, boom. You can live off of that, apparently. So you seeing these people walking around with bags of like what looks like some fast food or something, and like styrofoam containers and shit. They're eating good. They got some MREs and they were bitching about them, saying that what are they trying to kill us? Like, and this was an Americanized like Palestinian that was in there talking shit about it. Imagine what the ones that live there are saying. They're probably all like, oh my god, oh, this is American. Hey, throw it in the garbage. They're probably just selling those MREs to other countries. They're selling them back to us probably somehow. The MREs you're seeing on eBay.
And the Council would have reinforced ongoing diplomatic efforts on the ground.
Buying missiles.
Indeed.
Rockets, I mean.
We also put forward many formulations over the past few weeks that could have bridged the gaps and seen this Council speak with one voice. Despite these proposals from the United States throughout this process, many on this Council did not engage seriously on their merits and rather continued to seek a path of discord. In fact, we heard that some desired a U.S. veto rather than of a consensus product. That is cynical and unfortunate. Colleagues, this is not how this process should work.
Mm-hmm. See what they're doing? Is they're making the U.S. be the bad guy. That's what he's saying. I believe that's what he was saying right there. I kind of got the tail end of it because I had a thought going at the same time. But it seemed like he was saying to me that the other countries know that they can freely just go along with it and save face and look like they're so altruistic and giving, and they just want it all to end. Kumbaya, my lord. Because they know that America is going to be like, nope, veto, and now we're the bad guys. Right? Is that what he's getting at?
Failure of the Council to reach consensus, and again, I think there was a path available to do so. The United States will keep working to improve the humanitarian situation on the ground, which, as we've said before, requires unhindered access and sustained humanitarian aid flowing into Gaza and reaching all those in need.
Right.
Colleagues, in closing, let me just note that the United States has taken a very clear position since this war began, which is that Israel had a right to defend itself after the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The United States also, over the course of the past year, has done more than any other country to take tangible steps to improve the humanitarian conditions in Gaza, even as the situation remains dire. We have also done more than anyone to work with the government of Israel in an effort to minimize civilian harm over the course of the conflict, and we continue to emphasize to Israel that more must be done to save lives. The United States also continued to work with regional partners to support a revitalized Palestinian Authority that can assume responsibility for governing Gaza and the West Bank.
They can't govern themselves.
We've encouraged regional
Israel
integration
is,
efforts
you know,
that would strengthen regional stability and marginalize sources of instability.
Israel won't let that happen.
And we've never wavered in our support for a two-state solution.
That's not going to happen either.
It's vital that we end this war in a way that charts a path forward in the post-conflict period that provides governance, security, and reconstruction in Gaza and restores dignity for civilians caught in the middle of a war they did not want. We must work toward a future where Israelis and Palestinians can live.
There are people that come in through the tunnels, like, because the population of Gaza doesn't just increase because of births, even though they're pretty high on birth rate and fertility rate, whatnot. People come in through the tunnels from Egypt to fight for them, to be in Hamas, to be a freedom fighter and for them, you know. So to think that all the people in there are just like, how did he word it, innocent, or what did he just word that?
Period that provides governance, security, and reconstruction in Gaza and restores dignity for civilians caught in the middle of a war they did not want.
Some of the people want the war. A lot of the citizens of Gaza want the war, actually, because they see themselves as a spearhead. Like, yeah, sure, there's Iran, it's the big major power, but what's Iran doing? Using proxies in Gaza to hit Israel. They're the spearhead. They're the ones doing shit. And then you got Hezbollah on the other side, of course, doing shit, spearhead. They see themselves as important in all this. They are the ones. I ain't fucking leaving. They don't want to leave. Like, people say, well, the people don't want them. Gaza or Jordan doesn't want them. They border Jordan. Egypt doesn't want them. Well, it might go both ways, though. These people don't want Egypt. They don't want Jordan. They are fucking proud Gazans, Palestinians. The few, the proud, the Palestinians. There aren't that many of them. You know, it's a pretty small little area that they make up. They're not caught in the middle. That's bullshit. They're happily in the middle. Martyred. If you see them weeping, crying their eyeballs out, deep down inside, they feel, when's it going to be my turn to be a martyr? I'm ready. That's their lifestyle, man. They're born into it, or they go out there for it.
We must work toward a future where Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side within two democratic states and enjoy equal measures of security, dignity, and freedom.
You know, it goes both ways. Conscription and making Israeli women join for 2 years and Israeli men join for 3 years, making them face this and go into West Bank. I'm sure that most IDF have duty in West Bank, either at the prisons or patrolling the streets, and they make them be around the Muslims and watch them and control them. And they're brought up to think that the land is supposed to be theirs. It's in their book, the Torah. It's in the Bible, even. So, and since Muslims, the religion came about in like 700 AD or something. I still say AD, okay? So what the fuck is CE? But, you know, I mean, their beliefs in thinking that land is theirs, it's not prophetic or prophesied, or it's not in the book. It's not in the OG book, man. Why don't they care about it being in the books? How could it be theirs? It's the Jews' land, man. Israelites makes sense. Israelites. They say there's not an Israel, right? Maybe there's not a Palestine. The only way this is ever going to end is if the Palestinians are... How many are left?
Israel is secure
There's
within
millions
its own
in
borders.
there.
Colleagues, an unconditional ceasefire with Hamas means this council accepts Hamas retaining power in Gaza. The United States will never accept this. Rather than adopting a resolution that emboldens Hamas, let's instead demand Hamas implement Resolution 2735.
3 billion in the West Bank, so we got 5 million Palestinians, though. That's actually kind of a lot, isn't it? You can't just get them to all leave.
Without further condition or delay. Let's continue to ensure Israel facilitates additional humanitarian aid into Gaza. And let's work to bring a durable end to the suffering and misery of Hamas's many victims since October 7. This resolution sent the wrong message to the parties, but our actions and diplomacy on the ground will continue to push them in a more positive direction. We invite others on this council to join us. Thank you, Madam President.
Back in the day, they could,
I
though.
thank the representative of the United States for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
A little more
Thank you,
brutal.
President.
Malta, not interested. What the hell's that? Why does she always have something to say? Algeria. We got that lady from Malta. We got this dude from Algeria. We got China talking about it a little bit. We got Slovenia, Ecuador, Sierra Leone. Russia talked about it. Korea talked about it. Japan talked about it. Switzerland talked about it. Guyana had to say some more shit, apparently. United Kingdom, you know, they want to have the last word. Wait a second, the United States says something else?
The situation in Gaza is catastrophic and unacceptable. All of Gaza is at the risk of famine, and in some areas, this is likely to be imminent. Yet the aid reaching civilians remains entirely insufficient to mitigate this unfolding disaster. The unthinkable hardship that civilians are already facing in Gaza is set to get even worse as winter approaches. Israel must take urgent action to alleviate this crisis. International humanitarian law must be respected by all sides. We regret that the Council was unable to reach consensus on this issue. But colleagues, we remain committed to the vision of this text, and we will keep striving alongside our partners to bring this war to a close, to secure the release of the hostages, and to secure a huge scale-up in aid and to protect civilians. I resume my function as President of the Council. The representative of the United States has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. My apologies for taking the floor. I just need to respond very briefly to some comments made by the representative of the Russian Federation. Let me just say, as I've said many times, Russia is in no position to single out any state for being responsible for the deaths and killings of civilians, when every day it is raining down hundreds of missiles, bombs, and UAVs on the people of Ukraine, conducting some of the most savage and barbaric attacks seen in Europe since World War II. We will continue to remind the world of this barbarity, carried out by a permanent member of the Security Council in blatant violation of the UN Charter. So, Madam President, I would say to my Russian colleague that he should think twice before accusing anyone of hypocrisy. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement. The representative of the Russian Federation has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Oh,
I
is
give
that
him
right?
the floor.
Little bitch.
Madam President, I'll be brief. I have a rhetorical question to the American representative. You don't have to answer. Do you have any other narrative apart from the one that he has delivered today? When we hear what he's saying, we get the impression that we're watching Groundhog Day, the movie. Groundhog Day. Thank you.
Motherfucker seen Groundhog Day?
I thank
That's
the
weird.
representative of the Russian Federation
Bro,
for
that's
their statement.
when Hollywood was good, man. You know, no
I now
one's
give the
remembering
floor
movies from
to the
nowadays.
representative of the Observer State of Palestine.
Thank you, Madam President.
Everybody knows what you mean when you say that.
There is no right
Cool.
to
It's
mass
fucking
killing of
crazy,
civilians.
isn't it? You did that?
There is no right to starve an entire civilian population. There is no right to forcibly displace a people. And there is no right to annexation. This is what Israel is doing in Gaza. These are its war objectives. This is what the absence of a ceasefire is allowing it to continue doing. This full-fledged Israeli assault against the Palestinian people and the Palestinian land is about everything except the hostages. If the families of hostages can see that, how can anyone in this room claim otherwise? A ceasefire will allow to save lives, all lives. This was true a year ago. This is even more true today. A ceasefire doesn't resolve everything, but it is the first step towards resolving anything. And what is the answer of those who are still unwilling now, after all this death and destruction, not to call for an unconditional ceasefire? Is it to accept that the killing should continue until we resolve everything while we watch that we are resolving nothing? We heard over and over again statements in this chamber by all members without distinction about protection of civilians, about rejecting forcible displacement, about rejecting starving the Palestinian population, about rejecting annexation, about rejecting wanton destruction, about rejecting regional escalation. Everyone around this table agreed on these objectives, and yet here we are. 44,000 Palestinians killed. This is those who are accounted for. Many more are not accounted for. One day we will retrieve them in mass graves under the rubbles, and we will discover the real numbers of this horror. And there will be many that we will never retrieve.
You. For the hostages.
Famine that is looming all over Gaza, that is a reality in northern Gaza. 2 million people displaced, still hunted even when they are in tents. Total destruction of Gaza and all the requirements of life in it. And war on Lebanon, its people and its sovereignty. What does it mean to proclaim all these principles, we reject, we reject, we reject, and then shield Israel of the consequences of its actions, thus allowing it to do exactly what we're asking it to stop doing? Madam President, the world should not grow accustomed to the death of Palestinians, to seeing Palestinian children starving, to seeing mothers carrying their children from one place to another, forcibly displaced. They should not get accustomed to seeing journalists killed and humanitarians killed, to see Palestinians detained, abducted, carried on trucks to go be tortured, sexually abused, and raped. The fact we are Palestinians does not make that less shocking or less outrageous. Maybe for some we have the wrong nationality, the wrong faith, the wrong skin color. But we are humans, and we should be treated as such. Is there a UN charter for Israel that is different from the charter you all have? Tell us. Is there an international law for them, an international law for us? Do they have the right to kill, and the only right we have is to die? What the hell does Israel need to do more for this council to act under Chapter 7? What more can they do for this council to act under Chapter 7?
I can't wait to hear Israel
Or will
next.
this council be the last place on earth that cannot recognize a threat to peace when they see it? When it is so glaring, so undeniable. You are witnessing the attempt to annihilate a nation, destroy a nation. It is not even hidden. It is in plain sight. And yet the very tools designed to respond to these situations are not being used. So which one is it? Are Palestinian lives not worth saving? Or does Israel have a license to kill? Can this council only adopt resolutions and then witness their blatant breach? This self-inflicted powerlessness has to stop. And like Algeria, we repeat, the resolutions of this council are binding. Their role is to be enforced. Their role is to change reality, not to record violations for history's purposes and then allow them to continue. Had diplomatic efforts succeeded, we would not be here. We recognize all the efforts that were done, all the diplomatic efforts that were conducted. And yet, we have to recognize children are still starving in Gaza. Families are being killed. Communities are being obliterated. Had these efforts succeeded, we would not be here. But what we cannot accept is that Israel has a veto that blocks any attempts to put an end to this war, especially when we know what are its true intentions.
Gangster.
Madam President, many peoples, many governments around the world are saying the right things and trying to do the right things. And we have here to express our gratitude to the E10 for their relentless efforts for over a year now, and in the recent month. We all were hoping that 2735 would lead to a ceasefire. And we can discuss who is responsible for that ceasefire not occurring. For us, it is pretty clear that Israel had never an intention to accept a ceasefire and has found every reason not to have a ceasefire. We thank Guyana for its efforts in coordinating the E10 initiative. We thank all of those who have voted in favor of this resolution, and we agree with Malta and with Algeria. This is the bare minimum. This is the bare minimum that morality, humanity, legality would plead for. And this bare minimum, even this bare minimum, was vetoed. I truly do not understand, and you're saying we cannot be for an unconditional ceasefire. What that means in effect now is that we are for a war. You're saying we cannot be for an unconditional ceasefire that does not release the hostages. Is this war releasing the hostages? Is it even trying to release the hostages? So what does it mean? We accept this war that is killing hostages and that is killing, maiming, terrorizing, destroying an entire nation? When is it enough? When is it the point where we say, no, we mean ceasefire now? No. Now.
Never.
We will not allow you to not listen to us, to ignore us, to insult us, to play games with us. This resolution is trying to restore life, to save lives.
Never.
It's not a dangerous message. The draft resolution is not a dangerous message. This veto is a dangerous message to Israel that it can continue executing its plans, the very plans you oppose. And the messages we send do matter. And that is the wrong message at the worst possible time. Israel is responsible for the Palestinian civilians it kills. It cannot be absolved of that responsibility. It is killing them purposefully, deliberately, repeatedly, massively.
Because Hamas is hiding under
It is starving them on purpose. Nobody can deny it. We sat in this room, we heard every UN agency, every testimony, every NGO, Palestinian, Israeli, international, saying the same things. This is by design.
Where's the old dude, though? The older guy that...
What does it mean? That release of the hostages should be unconditional? This is what the Council has said repeatedly now for a year. Release of hostages should be unconditional. But stopping killing Palestinians is conditional? There are acceptable conditions to stop the mass killing of Palestinians? There's 100 Israeli hostages, and there's 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. 2 million Palestinians in Gaza.
Hardly any of
They
them died,
deserve
though.
better. They deserve respect for their lives, for their suffering. Israel will always claim conditions have not been met because its plans require it to continue this war, to annex the land and destroy the people. And therefore, we can no longer accept its conditions. 14 months, and we are still debating if a genocide must be stopped. There's no justification whatsoever for vetoing a resolution trying to stop atrocities. No justification for that. Madam President, one day someone will dig up these meetings, the records of them, will see us pleading for the lives of our people over and over and over and over again. And they will try to understand why our calls were not heeded. They will look at the people who sat around this table and spoke and addressed you from all over the world to call on the Council to take action. They will read what everybody here has said.
Have you seen this shit?
And then they will wonder how a genocide displayed on TVs known to the whole world was able to continue for this long. They will wonder if the whole world is against the mass killing, against the displacement, against the starvation, against the annexation, how come they all occurred? It is because we are allowed to speak about the rules, but not to enforce them. Because we can regret and reject, but not act. There are many states now stepping up to change this reality. We call on all states and all peoples to stand for life, for freedom, and for peace. We are out of time.
There are a ton.
We repeat, we are against harming any civilians. And we have more than our share of grievances. We could have sat here and tried to justify harming civilians. We never did, not one day. And we're still sitting here after tens of thousands of our people have been killed. Many have been detained. All have been traumatized. All have been displaced.
Candy cane flavor one.
We have many reasons to say otherwise. And yet we remain steadfast. There is no reason to harm civilians, regardless of their nationality, their origin, regardless of the circumstances. But our civilians, what about our civilians? They are worthy of protection.
What?
Their lives should be saved.
Sugar cookie flavored. That sounds pretty good.
People cannot sit and demand Palestinian pacifism under all circumstances and enable Israeli militarism. That cannot be done. Either you believe violence is an impasse, you believe there are no military solutions, and then you act for peaceful ones and reject military ones, or you let it be military. We are for a peaceful path. Even after all that has happened, we are for a peaceful path.
Christmas hot cocoa flavored.
Not block it. Stop them.
Cookies
Help
and
us.
cream.
You would be helping Palestinians and Israelis in our region and the world.
Grinch? Some Grinch ones? Cherry
Madam
cordial?
President, there is a world out there where Palestinian children are able to grow. We are not born to be occupied and killed and displaced. That's not our destiny, that's not our fate.
Hugs? Milk chocolate, hugs.
There is a world where we could live and grow
It's a kiss, though.
and see our children grow with no occupation, no bombs, no tents, no settlements, no walls, no military checkpoints, no prisons, no constant humiliation, no oppression, no house demolished, no amputations, no pain and no
like
agony.
Almonds and
That world can exist today if we were to act. And the fact we are not means that many, many more Palestinians will suffer and others will suffer. We are trying to get there. We are trying to find a path that leads us there, to freedom, to life, and to peace. That should be our common objective. There is a world where there's no war in the Middle East, where Palestinians and Israeli civilians go about their lives, where maybe they can look confidently towards the future and even envisage more bridges between them, where our region unleashes its true and full potential for the benefit of all states and all peoples. It's this future that is being destroyed before our very eyes. And the entire Palestinian civilian population is the primary victim. Madam President, we call on the General Assembly to uphold the responsibilities that the Council has failed to uphold owing to the U.S. veto. We call on all states to use all available tools to stop the massacres. What this resolution was calling for is an unconditional end to massacres, and that is always worth supporting.
I thank the representative of the Observer State of Palestine for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I start, I've listened to your speech very carefully, and you mentioned a future with no pain, no suffering, but you haven't mentioned one word during your speech, and I've listened very carefully. What about Hamas? You have to include in your speech a future for Gaza is a future with no Hamas. You cannot describe a world or a reality and you're not mentioning the reason why we are sitting in this room today, the brutality of Hamas and the pain that the people of Gaza are suffering because of Hamas. Madam President, today most of the members of this council failed. They betrayed their own principles, their responsibilities to the innocent, and their duty to uphold justice. The resolution brought before this chamber was not a path to peace. It was a roadmap to more terror, more suffering, and more bloodshed. Many of you attempted to pass this injustice. We thank the United States for exercising its veto, for standing on the side of morality and justice, for refusing to abandon the hostages and their families. The text ignored the suffering of the 101 innocent hostages still held by Hamas in Gaza. Had it passed today, this council would have sent a message to the world that terrorists can act with impunity, that the United Nations will shield and surrender to murderers, rapists, and kidnappers, rather than holding them accountable. Last week, Sasha Trofanov should have celebrated his 29th birthday, surrounded by friends and family. Instead, he is being held by terrorist monsters who recently released a video showcasing his torture. Sasha is starved, his face bruised, his spirit crushed. Hamas doesn't just imprison, they torment, they dehumanize, they rejoice in their cruelty, and now they know that this council will do nothing to stop them. I would like to remind Ambassador Navzia that Sasha is a Russian citizen. He is included in the 29 nations which have citizens held hostage by Hamas, your citizens. Neama Levy, a bright young woman, just 19 years old, was taken and dragged into hell. Neama volunteered at a kindergarten for refugees, bringing light and love to children in need. You have seen the horrible images. Her ankles cut, her sweatpants soaked in blood. Neama's innocence, her humanity, her dreams, all stolen by Hamas. And today, someone in this council told her family that her life is not worth enough to demand her freedom. Those who supported this resolution have announced to the world Sasha's life, Naama's life, and the lives of 99 other innocent people are not valuable enough to be a condition for a ceasefire. Today, the UN celebrates International Children's Day. Rather than demanding that little children like Ariel and Kfir Bivas will be released immediately after 411 days in captivity, this council is attempting to pass a resolution which declares that their precious lives are not worth your time. This is not diplomacy. It is appeasement. It is abandonment of the very idea that this council claims to defend. The world should be clear-eyed about what this text truly represents. It rewards Hamas for their barbarity. It validates their strategy of using human shields, targeting civilians, and tormenting hostages in their terror dungeons. It would have set a horrifying precedent that terrorism pays, that violence is met not with condemnation, but with concessions. Why you couldn't agree about condemnation of Hamas? You mentioned you worked tirelessly about drafting this resolution. Couldn't you sit down, the 14 countries who voted for that, and agree about a condemnation in this resolution? Like one line? We condemn the atrocities of Hamas? Was it so difficult? This Council has already adopted 4 resolutions demanding the release of the hostages. Hamas has ignored every one of them. Why wouldn't they? They have faced no consequences for their crimes, no repercussions for their atrocities, no accountability for their barbarity. Madam President, the loss of civilian life in Gaza is a tragedy. But it is a tragedy authored by Hamas. They started this war. You have to say it. You have to say that they started it on October 7th. We are not here because we wanted to be here. They have held innocent Israelis hostage for over 400 days with no sign of life or humanitarian access. They use Palestinian civilians as human shields. If this Council fails to place the blame on the terrorists, it only emboldens them further. Israel will continue to defend itself. We will never abandon our hostages. And you have to understand that. Look at your values and understand why. We will never forget them, and we will never stop fighting for their freedom. If Hamas were to release the hostages and surrender their weapons, not one more shot would need to be fired. But until that day comes, Israel will do whatever it takes to protect its people and bring our loved ones home. Today, this Council had the opportunity to stand on the side of justice, decency, and humanity. If not for the United States, it would have chosen appeasement, to reward terror and abandon the innocent. History will remember this vote. It will remember who stood with the hostages, the victims, and the principles of peace, and who betrayed them to shield terrorists. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Israel for their statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
Present victim impact testimony to his honor, and then I will proceed with talking about merger or issues like that in the sense that the state would be seeking. But I'm going to go at this time and call the witnesses up who wish to be heard for victim impact. So first I would like to call Allison Phillips. And why don't Allison, John, and Lauren come on up together, the three of you. And the defense counsel has agreed that there's no need to swear the witnesses for the statement. If you could come over here, Ms. Phillips. So before the court, Your Honor, first will be Allison Phillips, and she's Lakin's mom. Behind her is her husband and Lakin's stepfather, John Phillips, and then their daughter, Lakin's sister, Lauren.
Your Honor, on February 22nd of 2024, our family and friends were given a life sentence without a chance of parole. Jose Ibarra took no pity on my scared, panicked, and struggling child. There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure. On that horrific day, my precious daughter was attacked, beaten, and shown no mercy. She fought for her life and dignity and to save herself from being brutally raped. This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Laken or human life. We are asking that same be done to him. Laken had a beautiful and bright future. She was smart, hardworking, kind, thoughtful, and most importantly, she was a child of God. She had a personal relationship with Jesus, and she loved being the hands and feet of his hands and feet in this world. She shared her love for our Lord with others through her mission trips, working with elderly at the nursing homes, and through her nursing career. Laken was an amazing friend, sister, niece, daughter, and granddaughter. Anyone who knew her knew about her loving heart. Laken's life was not the only life taken on that day that Jose Ibarra attacked her. The life of her family and friends was taken too. None of us will ever be the same. This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren. And he took my best friend. He ripped away every beautiful memory we will ever be able to make with her again. This horrific individual robbed us all of our hopes and dreams for Laken. Your Honor, I'm asking you to please give Jose Ibarra the same thing he gave us when he made the choice to take Laken's life and destroy ours. He showed no mercy on Laken when she was begging for her life. There's no end to the pain and suffering that he inflicted on our family and our friends. I'm asking you to please give this monster life without any chance of parole so that he never gets the chance to hurt anyone else ever again.
This is John Phillips,
I'd like to thank Your Honor for the opportunity to speak today. I truly appreciate it. I heard in the opening statements from the defense that the loss of a life that was apparently full of promise is tragic. Well, I'm here today to let Your Honor and the entire world know that Laken's life was not apparently full of promise, but instead was abundantly and exceptionally full of promise, and was a shining beacon in the life of everyone that knew her, that ever came in contact with her. I'm so proud of Laken and the beautiful person she was. Well, I could stand here and try to tell the world the things that made her such a wonderful person, as well as the many things we have all been robbed and deprived of. I think one of her last journal entries dated 12/17/23 says it best. So here we go. To my future husband. As silly as I feel writing this, my old small group leader once recommended it, so here I am. To my future husband, I want you to know that I'm thinking about you. I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be, by working through my current relationships to best prepare me for ours and our kids one day. I'm focusing on God and what He defines as a faithful Christian life, and so that I can best embody those characteristics. I pray that you know that it is with my full faith and trust in God that I know this relationship has been handcrafted by Him. I pray that we continue to glorify the Lord, prioritize Him in every aspect of our lives, and raise our family, our future family, to be God-fearing Christians as well. I pray God is the center of our relationship as it is a gift from Him. I thank Him for you before I even know you. And can't wait to love you in the best way I know how for the rest of our lives. I pray you know and feel the importance of my love and hopes for our relationship. No matter what challenges we face, I pray that our trust in God and love for one another overrules the obstacle. May our relationship last forever. Your future wife, Lakin. That, Your Honor, was our beautiful Lakin. That, Your Honor, is just a glimpse of what was tragically and brutally taken from her and us that day. The best daughter, sister, granddaughter, friend, and overall person that you could ever hope to meet. While it's true that none of our lives will ever be the same, we refuse to let this person rob Lakin of the hope she gave to her family, loved ones, friends, and the world as a whole. We will proudly carry this hope on in her name in the days ahead and for the rest of our lives, because together we can all keep hope alive. So today, I plead with this court to protect the world from this truly evil person by sentencing him to prison for life without the possibility of parole for any reason, so that he can never have the opportunity to do this to anyone else ever again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Next, Your Honor, is Lauren Phillips.
Your Honor, I wish I could truly put into words how much the tragedy that occurred on February 22nd, 2024 has affected me, but I don't think I'll ever be able to do so. With that being said, I'm going to attempt with the best of my ability to do that for you today. My name is Lauren Phillips, and I had the amazing privilege of living with Lakin Riley as my older sister. Lakin was and will forever be my most favorite person. She was my biggest role model, and I looked up to her in every way. She brought the joy that I needed into my life and never failed to make me laugh. There was absolutely nothing that I wouldn't do for Lakin, and nothing that she wouldn't do for me. Lakin was my biggest protector, and I always had this sense of comfort and safety in her presence. We have been inseparable ever since the moment I was born, and I've been lost ever since she was senselessly stripped from our lives by Jose Antonio Ibarra. I now have this hole in my heart and in my life that I know will never be filled. I had to walk the stage of my high school graduation without my biggest supporter and cheerleader in the crowd. I had to finish my senior year of high school, which most would say is the happiest and most surreal part of your life, but it was simply the opposite for me. I had to turn 18 and become an adult without the one person I looked up to there by my side. I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again. I now have the burden of dealing with the fact that my best friend and sister will never come home again.
I know that sucks, man.
She'll never send me another daily good morning text, funny TikTok, or silly Snapchat. The true sense of joy I felt when she would randomly surprise me will never happen again. I will never get to hear her infectious laugh or see her light of a smile ever again. I now get to explain to people when they ask me if I have a sibling that I no longer have one, and not just because she passed away, but because she got brutally attacked and murdered. I cannot walk around my own college campus because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra. My parents will never be the same after losing their daughter in this tragic way. Seeing their heartbreak is excruciating. We were once a happy family of 4, and now there is an evident hole where her presence is forever felt. We're a broken family of 3, struggling to find out how to live this life through the silence and emptiness that her absence has left behind. The joy that she brought to our home has been completely replaced with grief, and we are just left holding the pieces of a life that will never feel whole again. She will not get to me at my wedding, and next to me is my maid of honor. I get to deal with explaining to my future children what happened to their Aunt Lakin and why they won't ever be able to get to feel her love or be spoiled by her. All of these experiences were and will be stripped of me against my will, and I now live in a constant state of fear, anger, and sadness. I think about how my sister saw exactly what was coming and had no way of preventing it. I think about how scared she must have been and how that man is the only one to truly witness that scene. I'm not sure why he did this to my Lakin, and I know I will never understand. I've waited for him to have a reason, but as the details of this case have unfolded, I realize I'll never get any peace or closure. What Jose Ibarra did to my sister is almost unbearable to listen to. I am completely disgusted having to even look and be in the same room as him. That predator is inhumane and is the epitome of evil.
Do you think they have to listen to this in their courts?
I have no doubt in my mind that the monster sitting in this room with us today is the same monster that encountered my precious sister on February 22nd, 2024, where he proceeded to attack, assault, beat, murder, and attempt to rape her. Jose Antonio Ibarra has completely and utterly ruined my life, and I can only hope and pray that he receives a sentence that ruins his. Thank you.
Like, I doubt in Venezuela that he's got somebody over there translating all this for him, right? So I doubt that he would be made to listen to victims talk to him after committing a crime, because they have so much crime, maybe? I don't know. Just because it takes up so much time to do this.
Your Honor, I stand here today as a grieving father whose heart was shattered in ways I never thought possible. My daughter, Lakin Riley, was not just our child, she was the light of my life, the person who brought joy to every room she entered. And now that light has been extinguished forever, taken from us in the most senseless and violent way imaginable. The pain I feel is unexplainable. Every day I am reminded that my daughter is gone. I will never hear her laugh again, never see her smile, never hold her hand or feel her hug. She was taken from us, from her family, from her friends, from her future. Our world has been torn apart, and no matter what happens here today, nothing will ever bring her back. I am haunted by the thought of the fear she must have felt in those final moments, and it breaks my heart knowing that she suffered. I have to live with the fact that I could not protect her when she needed me the most. The pain of not being there, of not being able to stop what happened to her, is something I will never escape. My daughter had so many dreams, so many hopes for the future. She had worked so hard to become a nurse, to work with children and spread the love of God. She was a loving, kind, and intelligent young woman. She had so much to offer the world, and her life was taken from her far too soon.
An outstanding individual.
I will never get to see her achieve those dreams.
Crazy. This guy.
The void that has been left is unmeasurable.
He's a replacement.
The impact of her loss on our family is immeasurable. As a father, I am forever burdened with the pain of losing my child. I will spend the rest of my life trying to navigate this grief, trying to make sense of the world that took my daughter from our family. But I will never forget her. I will keep her memory alive And
He just jumps over and starts punching him.
I hope justice is served
God.
for her, not only because I'm her father, but because she deserves it. I ask that you consider this life that was taken, the pain that has been caused, and the lasting effects of this tragedy on everyone who loved our amazing daughter, Laken Hope Riley. Thank you.
Well, that's why he's got to make sure to get close. Make sure he doesn't actually.
Connolly's only was struck.
Good afternoon. As I stated in my testimony, my name is Connolly Huth. Laken Riley was my roommate for 2 years, my devoted and loyal running partner for 2 years, and my best friend forever. I stand before you looking at you through eyes that have seen, ears that have heard, and a heart that has felt emotions no body, and especially no 22-year-old, should have to. On February 21st, my life was complete. I woke up on February 21st at 7:30 a.m., walked out of my bedroom door to streamers hung outside of my bedroom from the top of the door frame to the floor, balloons blown, decorations taped, and gifts presented precisely on my kitchen island. Laken did it. It was my 22nd birthday. She had a 5 a.m. nursing clinical, yet she woke up at 4:30 a.m. to make me feel loved and appreciated, because that is who Laken Riley was. I went to dinner that night with my roommates and my family, and ended the night with my roommates, and especially Laken, showering me with love. It is clear and evident that this defendant, Jose Ibarra, has never felt this type of love and appreciation. I've been impacted by this brutal cowardice and preventable tragedy in every way, shape, and form. I no longer have a best friend that I relay every thought or worry to. I no longer run every day. I lost my partner, and I lost the joy of what running was before Laken was taken from us. I cannot imagine running when I constantly am looking over my shoulder in public, wondering if I am next. I live with excruciating guilt every day that I was not accompanying Laken on this run, and that it was her and not me. And I hope and pray that it will never happen again to anyone. Along with this, the crime that this monster committed ruined one of the most special places in our friendship. Lake Herrick was Laken and I's safe space. We loved to go on running adventures throughout the park together. We had a code called dock time. Dock time consisted of either ending our runs or taking a calming walk to the dock at Lake Herrick. Here we would sit in silence, play music, or talk while sitting on the dock, simply enjoying each other's presence. All it took was a text saying, "I need dock time," and we were on the way to debrief whatever we needed to discuss. Now, when I think of this beautiful spot, I think of the terror and horror my sweet best friend had to endure at the hands of this monster. I think of all the things I have to do now to remember Laken. At times, I forget how she laughs or how she sounds, and I have to resort to looking through my camera roll of hundreds of videos I have. Videos where I talk to my future kids and introduce them to their Aunt Laken in college. To talk to my friend, I have to drive 20 minutes to her grave and sit and talk to her with no response, screaming at the sky. When I want to remember her, I have to go to my closet and pull out her clothes I was given and smell them to remember how she smelled. As I stand up here today, I am wearing one of Laken's shirts. This shirt has sat in my closet for months, not because I'm saving it for an occasion, but because I cannot afford to not remember these things like this about her. I sit in therapy week after week trying to heal February 22nd and life after. When I hear emergency vehicle sirens, I am triggered. I sat that day and watched dozens of emergency personnel drive by as I sat helpless. My roommates and I had to draw our own conclusions that the pinnacle of our house was no longer here when we watched a coroner drive by us after sitting at the fields for 2 hours with no answers.
Our fears were confirmed when we received a university-wide email that alerted students, faculty, and staff that a female was deceased. I lost faith in humanity the day that my kind, selfless, beautiful, smart, loving, and perfect best friend left this earth. I will never understand why it had to happen in the first place, but more importantly, why out of all people it had to be her. The world lost a girl who would take the clothes off her back for her family, friends, and even strangers, who studied and devoted her life to Christ and nursing so she could save lives and make a difference in this world. Lakin cannot be replaced. If you had the ability to bring her back out of all this, I would give up every earthly possession I have to see her infectious smile, hear her contagious laugh, and her infamous "love you, girl," and I would hug her neck, but you cannot. Lakin made this world, and more specifically my world, better. My first years of college, when I did not know Lakin, I went home all the time. My last years of college, you had to drag me home. That was because Lakin was my person. So, Your Honor, I wish to proclaim the maximum sentence for the defendant, as I will never be the same, her loving, beautiful family will never be the same, and this world will never be the same. I hope this sentencing sets a precedent, so it stops with Lakin and fails to happen to anyone again. Lakin was a hero and a warrior. She died a hero and a warrior, and she is a hero and warrior to all of us. Lakin was my source of light, joy, and unwavering happiness. So when her life was taken, so was the part of me that knew how to truly feel those things again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Nobody in this dude's fucking family cares about him because
Lily Steiner.
Probably killed him.
Your Honor, my name is Lily Steiner, and as mentioned in my testimony, I was one of Lakin's roommates, friends, and family. On the day of February 22nd, 2024, Lakin Riley was taken by Jose Ibarra from her family, her roommates, her friends, her sorority sisters, her classmates, her future children, her future husband, and her future patients. This trial focused on the death of Lakin, which has overshadowed the life that she lived, the life that was stolen from this community. Lakin was the most driven student with the biggest heart of anyone I think I ever will meet. As roommates, we got to spend a whole lot of time together. We had our family dinners that were strictly chili. We watched Dancing with the Stars every Tuesday. We had almost daily Starbucks runs, which I hoped to do that morning when I checked her location around the time she took her final breaths. We'd often get to a point at least once a week where we'd get emotional, thinking about what life is going to be like once we graduated. Lakin held a place in all of our imaginary futures. Now, Sophia, Connolly, and I graduated in May, required to move on with our lives, while Lakin can't. We have the privilege to get jobs and move to an exciting new city to experience post-grad life, but Lakin doesn't. I'm currently working as a medical assistant, waking up every day dreading that I won't get a text from her to make my day better. I'm striving to work in the medical field, but I know I could never be half the healthcare worker that Lakin would have been and that the world was deprived of. While living together, we often would play outside of our house in the middle of the street, specifically Foursquare, listening to a playlist I made called Playtime with My Family. Our home was such a special place to us, one that was tainted. Athens has never been the same, nor will it ever be. Shortly after Lakin's death, I had to come back to UGA to finish my classes without Lakin and without the safe space that we built together, and it was awful. Every time I wanted to go somewhere, I had to drive by the apartments that provided a roof over his head while he got to rip away ours.
Oh, he's Venezuelan. I thought you said what county.
Life without Lakin has been so dull, and having to learn how to navigate time without her through grief, anger, and fear has been beyond difficult. So many people are lost without her. Lakin made her short time on Earth so significant that she managed to impact those who she never even met. Lakin left a colossal legacy to everyone she touched, and I have zero doubt that she is still not finished building it. And that is something Jose Ibarra will never be able to take away. I hope to never say his name again, but to shout Lakin's every chance I get. I kindly ask Your Honor that you help us all in our long healing journey by allotting the maximum sentence for Jose that unfortunately still won't make up for the beautiful life taken.
Your Honor, my name is Sophia Magana. I'm Laken Riley's roommate of 3 years. I stand before you today with a heart full of grief, sadness, and an overwhelming sense of loss of my best friend. Laken wasn't just my best friend. She was my roommate, my sorority sister, and above all, she was my chosen family. The joy and kindness Laken brought into my life every single day could never fully be put into words. We confided in each other, supported each other through life's challenges, and celebrated our joys together. The loss of my best friend has shattered my world in ways I never thought possible. I never imagined that I'd have to navigate life without her by my side. Every day, her friends, family, and loved ones carry the weight of her absence, a weight that is heavy and unrelenting. Laken was my fearless other half. As someone who's reserved and awkward, Laken was always there to nudge me to step out of my comfort zone. She would pull me onto the dance floor and encourage me to try new things and remind me to live life to the fullest. I trusted her completely, and I always knew she was there for me, as I was for her. Those small, precious pieces of life that we once took for granted are now reminders of what I've lost. Laken taught so many people in her life invaluable lessons. She showed me how to find joy in every moment, how to embrace life with an open heart, and how to dance in a crowded room without caring what anyone else thought. These lessons will stay with me forever. Laken was not just my best friend. She was a devoted daughter, a loving sister, and a cherished friend to so many. She was an exceptional student with a bright future ahead of her, destined to become a nurse who would touch countless lives with her compassion and care. I miss hearing her laugh, seeing her smile, and hearing her voice, all of which brought warmth and light to all those around her. Now we are forced to confront an unthinkable reality. We will never again hear the joy of her laughter, feel the warmth of her smile, or find peace in the sound of her voice. The loss of Laken has left a hole in our hearts that can never be filled. The monster who took Laken's life has clearly never known love, like the love Laken showed everyone in her life. Love that was boundless. Love that was a testament to the amazing person she was. Jose Ibarra brutally attacked Laken. And now spaces that were once filled with joy and peace are places I fear for my safety. I now live my life in a fear, constantly looking over my shoulder with the new reality that the unexpected can happen. A world Laken taught me to embrace is now a world I feel unsafe in. Every day I put on a brave face as I step into my classroom, ready to teach and support my students. I mask my emotions and fears to shield them from the harsh realities of the world, preserving their sense of security and innocence in the world. Yet inside, I'm struggling, holding back tears until I can slip away to the bathroom or wait for the school day to end so I can finally let my true emotions surface beyond those four walls.
What is he doing?
February 22nd, 2024 is a day I will never forget. It is a day Jose Ibarra chose to commit an unthinkable act of murder Laken. He took from this world somebody who embodied love and light. Jose took my light, my sense of joy, my best friend, and my other half. Losing Laken has left an enormous hole in my life. The world feels quieter, emptier, and far less joyful without her in it. Her absence is felt in every corner of my day-to-day life, and I don't know how to fill the space that she once occupied. But what I do know is this. Laken's legacy of love, kindness, and friendship will live in all of us who knew her. The love she gave so freely will continue to guide me as I navigate this life without her. Jose Antonio Ibarra took Laken's life, and I hope that your verdict ensures that Jose experiences lifelong pain that is only a small glimpse of the pain we will live with daily since the loss of Laken. No punishment will ever truly account for what Jose has done, but it is my hope that justice will honor Laken's memory and the profound impact she had on all of our lives. Thank you.
Abby, have a
And they don't like that food. Bro.
This is Abby, have one. Can you read it?
I can.
Okay. So, Your Honor, Ms. Carrie Howell will be reading the statement for Abby. And this is Abby's statement that she prepared, but will be read right here.
It was 1:49 p.m. on February 22nd of 2024 that I learned Laken was missing. I immediately text her, "Laken, where are you? Why are people saying you're missing?" Just minutes after 2:17 p.m., a campus email came out confirming my worst nightmare. Laken had been found unconscious and not breathing. Laken, the girl I met in middle school and became best friends with our freshman year of high school. The girl I couldn't imagine being far away from when it came time for college, so we both decided to attend the University of Georgia together. The girl who stuck by me and got me through some of my toughest times in life, as well as accompanied me during some of my best. The loss of her is something I will never be able to come to terms with. I will never be able to come to terms with the fact that I was sitting in class just down the road, going about my day, the morning this horrific event was taking place. I will never not think about the last time I saw her, the pink sweatshirt she was wearing, and the last words she ever said to me. I will never not think about all the things I would have said had I known it would be my last time seeing her and talking to her. Myself, everyone up here, and the world has lost such a special person. Laken was intelligent, patient, loyal, driven, and kind. Her pureness and love for the Lord were evident and shined through her in a way unlike anyone I have ever met before. She is in a better place, but it is not fair that the rest of us still here on earth have to suffer because of this individual's actions. Because of this individual, some of my happiest days, such as the day I get married and have kids, will be forever accompanied by a feeling of grief, a sadness that Laken will not be there with me to experience them. Because of this individual, I have so many fun memories, but no one here to share them with. Because of this individual, I will be searching for the rest of my life for a friendship like the one I shared with Laken, but I know I will never find one because ours was simply unreplicable. I am here today to support Laken. I hope to provide only a fraction of the support she continuously gave me during her time here on earth. I miss her desperately and long for the day I get to see her again. Since February 22nd of 2024, I will forever be changed.
Sophia Plum. Palomino. Palomino.
Good afternoon. February 22nd, 2022 changed my life forever. Not being in Athens that day will forever haunt me. Finding out through an email will forever haunt me. And seeing this posted all over social media will forever haunt me. Laken Riley was my best friend, the person I told everything to, and the person I trusted with anything.
It's so many best friends.
The pain of the last 9 months has been indescribable. If you would have asked me a year ago where I thought I'd be and what I would do in 2024, I'd tell you I'd be finishing up my second to last semester of college with Laken as my roommate as she finishes nursing school. I'd tell you we spent St. Patrick's Day together in Savannah, and I'd tell you we went on that trip we planned to New York. I'd tell you she finally got me into running, and she would train me for the Av Half this year. I'd tell you many things and many of our plans, but instead I get to tell you how different my year was. I get to tell you that I can't do anything by myself anymore, even in broad daylight. I get to tell you that a town I used to love being in just fills me with dread. That everywhere I go just reminds me of places we used to hang out and go on walks to. I tell you that I can't go past her old house and haven't been able to return to the IM field since. I tell you the weight of emptiness I feel when I still go to text her sometimes. This is now something I have to live with for the rest of my life, knowing her life was taken too soon, and things I was looking forward to will never happen. Being at each other's weddings, graduating together, and seeing each other's start our careers. This wasn't just a life that was taken, it was a future stolen. It's difficult living with knowing that nothing and nobody will ever fill the hole that's been left in our absence. I will never get to experience her famous belly laugh again, her comforting presence, or her cheering me on as we go through life. So many what-ifs play in my head over and over. If just one more thing maybe would have changed her path that day. But instead, my reality is that she is not here. And that because of what this animal did, we have sat here all week hearing every fraction of evidence and reliving the worst days of our life on repeat. I know nothing will bring her back, even though I so badly wish it would. But justice would bring comfort to us all. No one who can take away such a light and sweet soul deserves to walk free ever again. The death of my best friend has changed my life forever.
Carrie Howell.
Hi, Your Honor. I've started this over and over and over.
Lincoln Riley was my best friend.
Feeling paralyzed in my thoughts.
She was though.
With the overwhelming emotions, not knowing which direction to go, because there's so much that can be said today. Everyone has spoken so beautifully over her, and I had the privilege of getting to speak about her at her celebration of life and getting to talk about all of the beautiful and wonderful things about her. My name is Carrie Howell, and my husband Matt and I have had the blessing of calling Laken and Lauren's parents, John and Allison Phillips, our best friends. John and Matt met in college, where they were roommates and fraternity brothers, and they formed a bond as friends that grew into a true brotherhood. This brotherhood between them extended to connect our families together in the same exact way. It is a friendship that runs deep and loves big. Our families and children have grown up together and had many adventures and vacations together over the last 20+ years. We have had the privilege and joy of watching Laken and Lauren grow up. 272 days ago, on the morning of February 22nd, 2024, our lives were forever changed in a way none of us could have ever imagined. The moment I got the call from my husband that Laken had not returned home from her morning run, that no one could get her on the phone, and she was missing, I knew in my heart something horrific had happened to her. I had the worst feeling that she was no longer with us, but I prayed and prayed and prayed as I frantically got ready to make the drive to Athens to be with my friends. I was begging the Lord for her to still be alive, and as terrible as this would be, that she had just been kidnapped and would be found physically unharmed and alive, or that she would be able to escape to safety, and praying she wasn't being trafficked. I was literally praying for her to not be kidnapped. Like, that sounds so crazy. But that just at the time seemed better than the alternative. I've never prayed for anyone to be kidnapped. I get the calls on my phone, and in fact, I pray for those people to be found and unharmed. Can you imagine your pleading prayers with the Lord being for someone you adore and love to just be kidnapped? That option gave me hope in that moment that she would be brought back to her family alive. I was desperate for my friends. This nightmare spiraled out of control when I received another call from my husband while he was on the road, or while I was on the road to Athens. John had called my husband, and he said to my husband, "She's with Jesus, brother." That will never leave my memory. As my oldest daughter and I sat in traffic on our way to Athens, time seemed to have stopped in that moment. Yet, as we are here 272 days later,
Time has continued. It has continued in ebbs and flows of every emotion you can experience. Time has stood still in utter disbelief that this precious human is gone, while day-to-day life continues on. This was an act of pure evil at the hands of Jose Antonio Ibarra. He willfully chose to prey on innocent young women on the morning of February 22nd, with Laken Hope Riley being the young woman he would succeed in torturing in the most excruciating and brutal way while she fought not only for her life, but for her dignity. He must have believed that she was there for his taking, that he was entitled to whatever sick, perverted urges and desires he had that morning. Not one person on this planet has even one right to take what they want from a person simply because they want it. Yet Jose did that. Because of his evil actions, we are all being forced to learn how to navigate life with the stark, harsh reality of Laken no longer being here. Her amazing friends have been robbed of the beautiful gift of lifelong friendships and doing life together with their future husbands and children, the way my family and the Phillips family have been blessed to do all of these years. Her grandparents and aunts and uncles and cousins feel the absence of her presence constantly and have been robbed of the continued blessing of her being a bright light in their family. My family and I have journeyed alongside our dear friends as they attempt to navigate and learn how to live a new normal without their oldest daughter. I've gotten to know my best friend's face in a new way. The way I would give back if I could make returns on the most devastating circumstances life can hold. I look at her and I know when a situation is too much. I know when a comment is too much. I know when to be silent and when she needs encouragement. This year is showing on all of our faces like the harshness of cold winter days. There seems to be no end in sight. But we will keep fighting because we refuse to allow Jose Antonio Ibarra to take anything else from us, and we serve a good and mighty God. We've already been forced to journey through our annual family vacation without her, family get-togethers, fun events. And the absence of her presence is so deafening. I mean, sure, we still laugh and we're still living. We're still here. So we have to keep living, and we're going to honor her with everything that we have. And we're just going to keep trusting in the Lord to help our dear friends and sweet Lauren with all of the things that they're now not going to experience with their daughter. No parent should have to say goodbye to their daughter in this manner. The loss of a child is devastating no matter what the circumstances are. But when it's something like this where evil intentionally goes out to harm somebody, there's no words for it. And so today I stand before you with her friends and family, and we ask you, Your Honor, to bring earthly justice for our precious Laken and for all of us who love her so very much. She was truly one of the most precious people that I've ever had the honor of knowing. She exhibited the fruit of the Spirit in the Bible because she truly lived her life for Jesus, as you got to hear John read in her journal entry. That was her. That was a private entry, not for anyone else, and you got to see the type of person that she truly is in her heart. Pure and lovely, and her laugh that everyone has talked about, literally one of all of our favorite things about her. And we never get to hear it again because of him. So we ask, Your Honor, for you to consider in your sentencing for him to not be able to ever be out of prison and for him to spend all of his days there without any possibility of getting out. Thank you.
Tell me your name again.
It is Carrie Howell.
Carrie?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that at this time completes the statements for victim impact evidence from Lakin's family and friends. The state would also have a few more items to present for victim impact, and then I'll address the indictment with the court. And one of the things I wanted to share with the court is that a lot of times when we hear victim impact evidence, it is very much so the way that we hear it here in court. Hold on, I'm going to pause this for
What we have
in this case is something that I ran across in my review of the evidence in this case, which is really 1 minute of when or where this court will be able to get the true impact of what the murder of Laken Riley did to her family and the impact of his actions on her family. Because what the investigators did in this case is, as you know, they were all wearing body cam videos, and there's hundreds of hours of it in here. And there is one moment where, and I'm just going to play 1 minute of it, just 1 minute of the horror that this family has gone through in the last 9 months and what they're going to continue to go through for the rest of their lives. And it is the moment that they learned that their daughter was dead. And in this video clip that I'm showing, which I've marked as stage 333, at the top right corner,
she's underneath my shirt.
1950, you'll see a black truck.
Didn't work. She kept attacking him. No, it was cute. Sorry for me laughing during the crazy part of the trial with you.
It's not good. I don't want to tell you yes or no because I don't have names. I don't know who anybody is. I do know that this is a pretty serious incident.
That's what they endured. And that's how it was on that day when they came here to look for their daughter. And what it took away, you heard from her friends and family, and some of the things that you even heard in the trial. You got a little peek, just a little peek, about the personality of Laken Riley. For example, in Lily's 911 call, one of the things she says is, Laken never misses class. Never misses class. That's the kind of person she was. And in our review of all the evidence in this case, some of the things we had to look at were the social media presence of everyone, and there was a lot of digital evidence in this case. And the review of the digital evidence, I want to share with you just some of it, which has been marked State's Exhibit 336, is that Laken was a very joyful and quite silly, playful person. And a lot of that is viewed in her social media. And the Ring doorbell. Running. Same race. And these are just little snippets that we saw in the investigation that we thought would be important to share with the court, that shows not only the type of person that she was, that you just heard from her friends and family, but the true impact that her murder had on her parents. But more than that, one of the things that the court is permitted to consider in victim impact testimony is the impact that her death has on this community. And in that regard, the investigative team has spent a great deal of time out there.
It's interesting that this is an argument for sentencing.
All of those trails.
Shouldn't
and looking
everyone
for things, measuring things,
same respect
just going
when it comes
about
to being
the daily
killed?
jobs of homicide
Should you get more
investigators and
respect
homicide
and more
prosecutors.
harsher sentence
and one
because
thing
she
that
was
we noticed
more liked?
that's still there is
Doesn't
State
make much sense.
335.
Nobody likes me, man. Hold
It's a
up.
mural, a memorial to Lake and Riley that is still up there to this day, that shows the impact of her death on this community. And that is something that Your Honor is permitted to consider in deciding what would be an appropriate sentence in this case.
That's weird to me a little bit. I
And
think everybody should have the same.
Everyone is correct, and I'm
goal.
sure we'll hear it. You know, whatever you do, Judge, you can't bring her back, and it's horrible. But what you can do
Unless I'm just a terror.
is
Unless you're
give comfort with your sentence. And what you can do, and what you are permitted to do, and what
an average person.
and what I urge this court to do, and what the law permits this court to do, is to exercise your discretion and your judgment in a way that brings comfort to this community, and in a way that a sentence which appropriately reflects the harm that was done in this case. And a sentence of life without the possibility of parole would bring comfort to this community. And no matter what your sentence is today, and it will be litigated from here to 40 years from now, there is at least one person in this courtroom who will inherit it, and that is Lauren Phillips. That is Lakin's younger sister. And she should never, first of all, she's growing up without her sister. She's going to have to deal with elderly parents alone. Her children won't have an aunt. She is an only child. And she should not have to worry 30 years from now, 40 years from now, if he comes up for parole, should he might get out. She should never have to worry about that. And your sentence can ensure that she will not have to worry about that. And so in looking at the indictment in this case, count one, the offense of malice murder, which this defendant has been found guilty of, in this particular case carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. It carries a minimum sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. The state is requesting that you sentence this defendant to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, not only due to the victim impact testimony, but also because if you read the indictment, which you have obviously, and you're familiar with the facts of the case because you've heard the case, there are several statutory aggravators in this case that separates this case from a regular murder case. And yes, there is malice murder, and all malice murder is bad. I'm not saying there's a malice murder that isn't bad, but there are some malice murders which are more aggravated than others, and this is one of them. Kidnapping with bodily injury, which is the felony murder in count 2, which by the way would be vacated as a matter of law, but not the kidnapping itself, which is count 5. But kidnapping with bodily injury is an aggravating statutory factor under our sentencing scheme in the state of Georgia. It makes malice murder worse than regular murder. And for that reason alone, you should sentence this defendant to life without the possibility of parole. Aggravated battery, which is also in this indictment and which is also the facts and it's also something he's been convicted of, is also a statutory aggravator under our statutory scheme, which makes this murder different and worse than a regular malice murder. So there are aggravating circumstances, which you have already heard, which I will not repeat to you, but that are not only recognized by the facts, but are recognized by our statutory sentencing scheme. So going down the rest of the indictment, felony murder count 2 is vacated as a matter of law. Felony murder count 3 would be vacated as a matter of law. Felony murder count 4 would be vacated as a matter of law. On count 5, kidnapping with bodily injury, the state is asking you to sentence this defendant to a sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole, which is the maximum for that count. And we are going to ask that you run that consecutive to count 1, a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for the malice murder. Count 6 is aggravated assault with intent to rape. It does not merge. In fact, it is a separate crime under these circumstances. The penalty for that is 1 to 20 years in prison. The state would be asking you to sentence this defendant to 20 years to serve in prison. Count 7 of the indictment, the aggravated battery, would merge as a matter of law into count 1, so we would not request a sentence on that count. Count 8, obstruction or hindering a person making an emergency telephone call, is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty for that is 12 months to serve in a county jail. We ask that you sentence him to that and run it consecutive to any other sentence that you impose in this case. Count 9, tampering with evidence, the way that it is actually alleged in the indictment, and factually it is a misdemeanor. So the maximum for that is 12 months to serve in a county jail. We ask that you sentence him to that and run it consecutive to any other sentence that you impose in this case. And finally, count 10 of the indictment, peeping Tom, is a felony which carries a penalty between 1 to 5 years in prison. We ask that you sentence him to 5 years to serve in prison to run consecutive to count 1. So to sum it up, on the sentence would be on count 1, life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Count 5, life imprisonment with the possibility of parole to run consecutive to count 1. Count 6, 20 years to serve to run consecutive. Count 7 will merge. Count 8, 12 months to serve to run consecutive. Count 9, 12 months to serve to run consecutive. And count 10, 5 years to serve to run consecutive. And that is the sentence that the state is requesting.
Mr. Donnelly?
There we go. This should be stupid. I'm sorry for this guy.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So obviously the court is aware that on count 1, there's really only 2 options for the court. It's an automatic life sentence. The only option is whether the court can indicate that it should be without the possibility of future parole. We're asking the court to not impose that. The life without parole. Getting a life sentence is automatic. There's certainly no guarantee of parole, and would be uncertain, and it would be many decades in the future. And we do not oppose the state's recommendation that the life sentence, which is also mandatory on count 5, be made consecutive. We certainly, just to state the obvious, trust that the court will not consider for sentencing purposes the fact that Mr. Ibarra had a trial. The defense has made every attempt, made every effort to do its job and to pursue this process in a way to respect both the process itself and also to not cause any disrespect toward the feelings of Ms. Riley's loved ones. And if anything like that has happened, it certainly was not intended. And the defense is not immune to the sensitivity of this case. Again, to not only her loved ones, but to the greater community. The state's request is not unexpected to us. We anticipated that, and it's certainly understandable. And there is, though, a divide there. The state, while it is understandable the request that they make, the court, there's some separation given here in this process, and the court will be the one to impose it. So our request that you give consecutive life sentences on counts 1 and count 5. We have no position on the remaining counts. We'll send a message that to whatever future custodian of Mr. Ibarra as to the gravity of this crime and the gravity of this situation. That the court has expressed an intention for, it's obviously a legal fiction that he would serve 2 life sentences behind bars, but the law allows that, and it does, it sends that message to the future custodians as to the gravity. But the withholding of the life without parole aspect of count 1 would at least give Mr. Ibarra the sliver of incentive to reflect and conduct himself with some recognition of that reflection. The state agency and the staff of that agency, who will be tasked with supervising his custody, will have the opportunity to monitor him closely for, again, many years, many decades into the future. And it's impossible to know the future, obviously. But by imposing life sentences without removing the future custodians to the ability to do their job is our request at this time. And we also...
Fucking white truck across the street is making me go blind right now.
Status with there is an immigration hold that were he ever in the future to be released, it would only to be deported. And
Ready?
That's all I have. Within the discretion of the court. Thank you.
Before I announce the sentence, let me, I just have a couple of thoughts. One is, oftentimes people use the term closure at an event like this, and I acknowledge that there's no such thing as closure. There will not be closure. This is just another stage or event in this tragedy, and that's the way I view that. People mean well by saying that, but it's I've heard it explained that when you have something like this that impacts one or many, you even have to make a conscious effort to breathe at sometimes. And that just comes on you at any particular, you just don't know what's going to bring it on you. And you realize that you do make it through the day, but you don't know how you did it. But I also, and this goes back to what Carrie Howell was saying, that, as many times as you reflect on the loss, at some point you start smiling about the memories, and I'm hopeful that at some point that takes over to a certain extent. But there's very little, including the sentence of Mr. Ibarra, that's going to help much, and I acknowledge that. With that, Mr. Ibarra, if you will please stand. Count 1, malice murder. I sentence you to life without the possibility of parole. Count 2 will be vacated as a matter of operation of law. Count 3, vacated by operation of law. Count 4, vacated by operation of law. Count 5, life in prison consecutive to count 1. Count 6, 20 years to serve consecutive to count 5. Count 7 will merge with count 1. Count 8, 12 months consecutive to count 6. Strike that. 12 months, but I don't want it to 6. It's just going to be consecutive. Count 9, 12 months consecutive. Count 10, 5 years consecutive to count 6. So that would mean the misdemeanors would come after the felonies. That will be the sentence. Mr. Ibarra, I will advise you that you have...
Trump can still deport him, though. Probably will.
30 days from today to seek any post-judgment relief in the form of a motion for a new trial, or
they'll want him to have some sort of punishment.
Appealing
it's crazy.
This case directly. If you make a motion for a new trial and that is denied, you have 30 days from that date to file your first appeal, first level of appeal. Court will appoint a lawyer to represent you.
It won't last in general property because
I'll also advise you that you have 4 years from the date that your conviction becomes final in order to file a habeas corpus petition. Mr. Donnelly, can you tell me, are you all going to be involved in the next stage?
That remains to be seen, but my understanding is that we will remain on at the court's appointment until unless relieved by conflict counsel.
All right, and you'll make those arrangements.
We will communicate that with Mr. Ibarra and with the court.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Ross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It's going to take a little. Can we take the?
We're on those and then we can go down to the same side.
Okay, that'll be fine. Can do that.
Everybody remain seated, please.
All right. That will conclude the proceedings. Can I ask you something, Dan?
What you have for lunch today? Let's go have us a burger or something. I'm mighty hungry now after this drought. Like, say all that in front of the guy as he's getting locked up. You want to go over at that steakhouse today, Fred? Oh yeah, they got that Venezuelan steak. Oh, mighty fine, mighty fine, mighty fine. You know what? Let's go have us some. Should have stayed in Venezuela, dummy. Fucking idiot. Oh, fuck. Hey, now you're saying hi, huh? Now what are you doing? It is so soft. Simon is so itchy. She scratchy. Oh. Next, after these messages.
One of the most iconic brands ringing in the holiday season. But take a closer look at the new Coca-Cola commercial and you might notice that it was made with artificial intelligence. Social media certainly caught whiff.
It shows how lifeless that Christmas commercial is.
It was supposed to be a reimagination of the iconic Holidays Are Coming campaign from 1995. But nearly 30 years later, the beverage behemoth now facing backlash for taking the real people and the cheer out of the holidays.
Coca-Cola just put out an ad and ruined Christmas and their entire brand.
It's less festive, more creepy holiday vibes.
Coca-Cola's just the latest company to serve generative AI to its consumers. In June, Toys R Us teamed up with OpenAI's Sora to produce this commercial, saying the program allowed the company to tell this incredible story with remarkable speed and efficiency. But the reaction?
It all just felt really creepy.
Why do you think companies are just toying around so much with AI in this moment?
Well, it's a push for marketing efficiency. Right? How do we create more with less? I mean, that's sort of, business 101.
Behind the scenes, companies are ramping up AI use too. Yum Brands, the parent company behind Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and KFC, has reportedly started testing promotional emails written by AI. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, Yum exec Joe Park said it allows the company to engage each customer with the relevant offers at the right time. Park adding the company's early trials have already bumped up engagement and boosted sales. But for Coca-Cola, it's their on-screen choice to generate the holiday spirit with computers that fizzled out and fell flat with consumers.
And we should mention, we did reach out to Coca-Cola, Toys R Us, and Yum Brands for comment. We haven't gotten a response from them, but experts say this is a big test for AI ads. We'll also remember the Apple ad from earlier this year where it had that compressor that was crushing the art.
That didn't go over well. That didn't go over well.
For AI. So consumers are coming around to this. But again, brand experts that I spoke to have said, is this likely to change people's behavior in terms of what beverage they choose to drink? Probably not.
So it's the human figures that are AI.
Yeah, and I think
polar bears were never real.
The polar bears were never real. Yeah, they are very deadly. But yes, the humans, I think, is what people picked up on that ad. It's like, that just looks a little off.
But it's just the beginning.
It is.
It's just the beginning.
All right, Brian, thank you. All right, let's check in with Al. Real.
Second, 2021, use of
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I like your fucking attitude right now, if I'm being perfectly honest, Eric. It feels like you're kind of coming at me with some sort of gibberish and rubberish, okay? It feels like something that you've kind of been pulling off of me, maybe in the last couple days.
I don't think I like your fucking attitude.
I don't know. There's a random Dr. Bill clip.
How is President Biden ever going to convince the 3/4 of voters who are worried about his physical and mental health that he is okay, even though in Las Vegas he told a story about recently talking to a French president who died in 1996?
I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole with you, sir.
Want to talk about violence against political opponents? Let's talk about the fact that Democrats have been labeling President Trump a threat to democracy for the better half of 10 years. Let's talk about how they have compared him to Hitler, one of the worst mass murderers in the history of the world, and that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden weaponized the court system and the justice system in this country against Donald Trump in an attempt to imprison him.
You can end this briefing if it's not going to be respectful here. Chris.
That's what I'm saying. You're receiving an African leader and you don't take questions.
Thanks, everybody.
I have a question about gas prices.
Thanks, everybody.
Joe Biden's sending his campaign outside of this criminal courthouse. It is a full-blown concession that this trial is a witch hunt.
It's about to get crazy up in there.
Comes from Joe Biden, and he is using a far-left district attorney in this city, Alvin Bragg. This case would have been laughed out of any other courtroom in America. Legal scholars on both sides of the aisle, even liberal legal scholars, agree there is no crime, there is no case. But Joe Biden knew he could use Alvin Bragg, who is sitting in that courthouse today, wasting away the tax dollars of the hardworking people of this city, to go after Joe Biden's political opposition.
President Biden says that he's not going to pardon his son, Hunter. Is he going to ask Donald Trump to do that?
I don't have anything else to share about that. I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole on this. One of the reasons that I want to be very clear that to folks that the border is not open and we will remove using Title VIII is because by not being very clear on that, we are doing the work of the smugglers who are going to put forth misinformation. So we want to be very clear on that piece. Folks,
explain why the president interacted with so many of his son's foreign business associates. More than half of voters told CNN they believe the president was involved and he lied. You can't have a response to that, Kareem?
So what do you call it here at the White House when 10,000 people illegally cross the border in a single day?
So what do you call it, Peter, when GOP puts forth a wait, no, you can't. I'm answering. Okay, we're going to move on. No, we're moving on. We're moving. In the back.
You said you were stopping the flow of the border.
No. I tried to answer, Peter, I tried to answer the question. You stopped me. Let's go.
Robert Hur is supposed to testify a week from today. Has the White House made a decision on releasing the transcripts of the president's interview?
I would refer to my colleagues at the White House counsel's office.
Tomorrow marks 1 year since the president's last physical, so can you give us any type of sense of timing for when the next physical will?
It will happen. I don't have a timeline for you. It will happen. I don't have a timeline. It will happen. We want to make sure we get those hostages home, including the American hostages. We understand there are about 6 of them that are part of that are part of the folks who are still part of the hostages. I should be more clear. Yesterday, especially at Ground Zero in New York City, we all, I'm sure, many of us have personal stories of that day, 9/11 of 2021. All right, everybody. Thanks, everybody. Oh, what's going on?
9/11 of 2021.
Okay.
What's she talking about?
Okay, I'll take that. Let me just do this and I'll... Okay, we have a guest. Governor Bashir was there.
That was the 9/11.
I forgot his name. The Senate leader, Republican leader, was there.
It takes someone 5 minutes to Google Jake Tapper, Donald Trump, to see that Jake Tapper has consistently frequently likened President Trump to Adolf Hitler.
Ma'am, I'm going to stop this interview if you continue to attack my colleagues. I would like to talk about Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who you work for.
Yes.
If you are here to speak on his behalf, I am willing to have this conversation.
I am stating facts that your colleagues have stated in the past.
Okay.
Now,
I'm sorry, guys. We're going to come back out to the panel. Caroline, thank you very much for your time. You are welcome to come back at any point. She is welcome to come back and speak about Donald Trump, and Donald Trump will have equal time to Joe Biden when they both join us now at later this week in Atlanta for this debate.
Dude, I don't know what to do with all this fucking food. These cats, I can't believe they won't eat it, man. It's kind of like there's food sitting there. I gotta feed Tux soon. He's out there waiting. Simon soon. He's in my lap for some reason. What do you want from me? Coffee or toast? Simon? Here. Here. Simon. Okay. Okay.
Joining me now is Robert Almonte, former U.S. Marshal, law enforcement consultant, and retired deputy chief of the El Paso Police Department. Welcome, as always, to you. What do you make of this move? More land for Trump with these mass deportations coming?
Yeah, well, good morning. And this doesn't surprise me at all. You know, out of all the border states, Texas is the state that has been most proactive on trying to secure our border. That's under the leadership of Governor Greg Abbott. So it does not surprise me at all that Texas is willing to assist the Trump administration in doing all they can to, number one, secure the border, and number two, to assist in deporting the extremely dangerous undocumented migrants that are here in our country. So I'm not surprised at all. And I think this is something that needs to happen.
Should we be also asking the question, though, why didn't they offer up this land to President Biden?
He wouldn't have wanted it. What do you mean?
I think the short answer that President Biden would not accept the land.
Fucking
would use
cunt.
It for maybe housing these migrants that are here and not even looking at deporting them. I mean,
yeah, it would have definitely been used
completely
for
different administration. We have President Biden basically under his administration. Our border was not secure, and that's the reason why President Trump and this administration is going to be dealing with all these extremely dangerous migrants that are here in our country illegally. So it's just apples and oranges going on here.
As I mentioned ago, this land, at least some of it, was used by the cartels for trafficking. How exactly, since you've been there and seen it firsthand?
Yeah, well, that area is notorious for Mexican cartel activity. They actually have cell groups operating in Starr County and along McAllen and other border cities and throughout the United States. But there's a heavy presence of Mexican cartel activity just south of the border as well as across the border in Starr County. And they're involved in drug smuggling, human trafficking, any criminal activity. So that's been going on for a while. So that's the other thing. I think by having a heavy presence of federal authorities there in this area when they use it as a detention facility, that's also going to cut down on the Mexican cartel activity in that area, I would suspect.
Yeah, just having the presence there. So then it becomes logistics. And I'm curious, how do they deploy deportation facilities, or they place these strategic locations in places to try to deter more activity? What does that look like, and how soon might we start to see some of that be erected?
Yeah, I think it's going to look exactly like what Texas is presenting with the offer to use Stark County. I think you're going to see more of these facilities in other states near the border. Other states, I think California may be a little bit more difficult, but I would suspect Arizona, you'll see another location similar to this one in Stark County. And basically, these are going to be staging areas. Where what I suspect is going to happen, there's going to be mass roundup throughout the United States involving federal agents, task force agencies, going after the worst of the worst. And I think that's where we need to start before we start talking about deporting just undocumented migrants that are simply here illegally. I think we need to focus on the worst of the worst, like Rende Arawa gang members and these other criminals that are committing murders, and such as the Lake and Riley case. So I think that's what's going to happen. I think this is going to happen when President Trump takes office.
Yeah, well, it's a big move. Robert Almonte, as always, appreciate your time, sir. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget.
Don't you forget. NASA's not the agency it once was, says a former astronaut. Large groups of migrants apprehended at U.S.-Mexican border in recent days. Well, guess that's it for now. The sun's on the bowl. The sun's on the bowl. Nobody gonna be eating now. I'm about to pick those up. About to feed Sweet Pea her little lunch. Simon's gonna get his food out again. That's it for kitty cam. That's it for us. The kitty cam for. Oh. Thanks everybody for hanging. Thank you all for hanging out. Sorry, I didn't put sound. Did I make a sound? I'm sorry, man. You. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, sister. Thank you for being here. Northwest Media. Ted Thomas. Thank you for being here. Everybody else that's here. See you on the next one. Maybe even see you tonight on Doe Show. Could we make it happen? Let's see. Maybe there'll be some good news. Maybe Simon will have eaten lunch. We'll see. I sure hope so. I'm going to try a couple more foods out. I got some salmon mousse I'm going to put out, see if he wants that. First, I'm going to put out what I already had out for him. And we're going to go from there. Hope to see you later. I'm looking for my button here. There it is. Love y'all. Bye.
Another one.